everybody, and welcome to tonight's episode with us, Ginton Dice. We're a bunch of us players who sit around a virtual table to play Dungeons and Dragons.
Can't break into the house. I mean, no, I didn't. No.
Yes. Dogons and dogons.
I don't know anymore, guys. I don't I I don't know how much longer I can survive under these conditions. Um,
I don't know what you're talking.
I'm gonna HR. Alright. They told me to sit right back down. Said I can't do anything about it. Alright. Welcome everybody. It's gonna bother me guys so much. I hope everybody's been having a good time. Sorry for last week. Some people were sick and so we kinda did an off screen that I will eventually upload to YouTube at some point. It will be on there, I promise you. But regardless, we're here today. We're back today. So, I do not think we have any announcements. As per usual, we never do. So,
we picked a baby name. I don't know if that qualifies as an announcement.
Is it Dave?
No.
Yes.
Is it
Dave.
Magdor?
The whole announcement is that the baby's name is not Dave.
okay, then that is the most terrible announcement I've ever heard. I
That's
want,
quite-
That's a great
I want
announcement.
Dave. Wait,
I wanted Magdor. What?
Dave's out.
can
Magdor?
Dave be his middle name?
Nope. We already picked that as well.
I guess the nickname it is then.
You know, like Samantha.
Yeah. So, please, why don't you go ahead and pull up a chair, grab a drink, and sit down and watch what happens as we play the Aztec Trials.
Canada.
So, where we last left off. Dun dun dun. You guys were in Mila. You guys were trying to deal with Earthscar, trying to get them to understand that at some point pretty much a flash flood is going to come, and it's going to, I don't know, destroy the entire city. So you guys spent your time trying to convince them, and thankfully talking to Spear Edge, not necessarily the leader, but just kind of more of the overseer of the city, who confirmed that there was a source of water that was slowly growing in size, and to go ahead and try to adhere to your guys' warning and evacuate the city. As they start that process, they also pretty much told you guys to never come back again, as a peaceful warning to not try to stir any tension that could arose. So, you guys, after about like a day before calling in the same boat that you guys arrived on to pretty much turn around and come back and pick you guys up, you guys went to visited a nightclub of sorts and had a wonderful interaction there that ended in one person possibly making a deal with more than just a handshake. You had one into a fight and one blackout drunk.
Quite a few things were shaking, I'm sure.
You guys, after leaving, got onto your boat and left. There, you guys, kind of as the day was going on, spotted what appears to be possibly two pirate ships off in the distance. But assumed that they would probably be close around nightfall. So, you guys set up as your usual day shift and night shift team and had the night shift crew hopefully wake the day shift up when these ships get close. As the night was going, Zoe, who tried to charm Alec into confessing of what happened that night, with Akuma not necessarily wanting her secret to have came out, polymorphed Zoe and quickly hid him away, as Alec was in the middle of kind of laughing a little too hard to notice that he just magically disappeared. So as Alec decided to try to go and find Zoe, both Akuma and a snail version of Zoe hid away behind some crates. Right around that time, two ships that were at that moment forgotten about slammed into the ship that you guys were on. An immense battle started with these mermaid-like creatures, but definitely more blue-skinned and anger, razor-sharp teeth, fins that are also parts of their upper torso as well. A fight started, and as the battle was going, constantly trying to pull each and single one of you into the water when they could. First, it was a ape version of Arissa, who then quickly dimension door back into safety. Tay, who then got paralyzed and was thrown into the water, who was trying to be forcibly drowned, but thanks to some good saves, managed to scurry back onto the ship with safety. Alec, who got pulled into the water quite a distance away, was rescued by I believe it was an eagle version of Akuma, who quickly jumped out and rescued Alec, placing him back onto the ship. But unfortunately for the eagle version of Akuma, she was pulled into the water, where then she was quickly ambushed. And in a quick of a flash, as the rest of you were trying to finish off the remains of these mermaid-like creatures on the boat, Akuma was surrounded and then perished. When you guys finally realize that she has not returned, she was already dragged off by one of the surviving creatures. And I think it was about 3 of them that fled. So, we're going to pick right back up where you guys are just now realizing that Akuma is not on the ship. You guys cannot find her in the waters. I'll say it's probably been about 10 minutes after this combat has ended, and like with, I'll say Zoe, since you dived into the water to finish up one of the last creatures, I'd say you kind of quickly went around with what you could, still kind of like in the water trying to look, and you haven't seen a sign of Akuma's body.
I think last time after session, I don't know if you still want to hold on to what we did after session or not.
No, we'll just start. We'll just start right off of like 10 minutes after the combat has.
Okay. So I flew around the water, didn't see anything, and am now heading back to the boat.
Mm-hmm. I'll say at this time, to go off what we said, I think Arissa, you were trying to refix the boat so that you guys can actually sail with it again.
I rolled my natural 20 on my monkey intelligence, so I feel like my monkey brain is grasping concepts.
Are you still a monkey? I thought that
Yeah.
wore off and you dimension doored.
No, I have an hour. This is a second monkey.
Yeah,
Oh, you did it.
yeah. The she transformed and pretty much broke the mast, and then
Speared a
threw
guy.
it. Yeah, speared one of the
remember now.
creatures.
just uses the mast as a javelin. Just
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah, I remember now. I'd forgotten.
Uh, I guess I just put the mast into play. The mast on his, at least on the boat again. Well, I am monkey brain still. Monkey brain. Oh yeah, I also grasped the concept that Akuma was gone. So I guess monkey looks expectantly at Zoe when he comes back.
Do I know if the monkey can understand me? Out of curiosity.
You've this is about like what the second time you've really interacted with.
Third, because of the. I don't think I interacted with the first fight though.
I think
Just
you can attempt. I think it would be an understanding that you can attempt to try.
no. I think we did have one time where Zoe was talking to the monkey because there was some sort of joke about him and the monkey having comparable intellects or something like that.
Something like that.
I
But
don't remember.
I'll approach.
I mean, the monkey has
Zoe.
seven intelligence. So.
Yeah, but I think we had made a joke about it. Zoe's not exactly the most smart, but he's also not under 10, I don't think. But yeah, Zoe would approach the monkey and be like, I don't see Akuma anywhere in the water. I saw some dark spots, but not much more.
Let me just roll something again. I just want to see what kind of reaction the monkey will give. Ah, hell yeah.
Um,
The monkey looks at you confused
Alec is.
for a second, and then like sort of like narrows. The monkey narrows his eyes, and then like turns back into Ursa.
Alec is like within this amount of time is also getting frustrated because like you can see he's kind of like on the side of the boat just like constantly staring at the water at this moment. As you're saying this, is we're hearing that at this moment you can't find any sign of her.
What do you mean you can't find anything of her?
I saw the dead creature that I killed laying in the water and a few of the other ones, but I don't see Akuma anywhere in the water. I don't see her. I don't see a sign of her. I don't.
Oh, what's the last thing you saw of her?
She was giving 2 thumbs up to Alex, so I flew back over the ship. That was the very last time I saw her. I was kind of invisible flying around the whole time. I didn't really keep a line of sight with everyone at all times. It's not really something I've ever tried to do. I was
No,
mostly just
I'm
trying
not.
to.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just.
I was kind of mostly trying to avoid lines of sight. That was.
No, I totally get you. I don't know if you saw. I was an ape before, and then they sort of pulled me into the water, and I just dimensioned the fuck
I
out of
saw
there.
you fall in, and then I didn't see you again, and then you came back out of
Yeah,
nowhere.
I mean, I guess the one thing they didn't expect was a monkey with magic capabilities, right? Anyway,
You can hear Alec like hitting the side. He's, damn it! It was right there. Should have got her out.
Is
it just like takes out her book with spells and it's like. I mean, there's one way to find out, right?
I'm out of spells entirely at the moment, so pardon the lackadaisical nature of it, but I need to kind of sit down for about an hour,
Mm.
maybe 30 minutes.
You see, Arisa gets hesitant and then holds the book to the side of her head and says, "Because I still have a third level spell left." Uh, Akuma, if you can hear me, just let me know where you are.
As you send it, you know when it reaches something that is, in a sense, not even able to achieve it.
You see, as Arisa just keeps her eyes closed and the last time what just happened, I sent the exact same spell to her father.
Is there anyone else we should tell?
I mean, he's dead.
I
Where's Tay?
Tay's off the boat swimming. I would at this moment, I guess, Tay is probably down below trying to help get water out of the ship.
yeah.
Because there was when the boats rammed your guys' boat, it did leave in a sense a sizable hole. Um,
Mhm.
and I would say in that time frame, you were able to kind of push the boats apart and was able to like kind of like put something there, like rip off like a giant piece of wood and kind of put it on the outside. And they try to quickly. Uh, it's not like it's going to succeed for a very long trip. So at
No,
some point,
I can fix it tomorrow.
yeah, at some point it would definitely need to be fixed, but it slows down a lot of the water that's coming in.
The other ships that are still right beside us, right? They aren't sunk yet or
They're
drifting.
like close by. They're not like
I'm
drifting miles apart, no, but
not to be, I guess, brash or like ignore the fact that we've suffered a grave casualty, but there could be some valuables on these ships. I'm not
Okay.
exactly the best at looking for things like that.
No, I could look, but hey, Faya. I'm just gonna turn on this background because I realized how it interferes. There you go.
I can fly us over there. I still have 2 more of these flight.
I mean, we can just attach the ships to our ship. It's just
I have some rope, I think. Oh, it's in my lamp. I could
I
go in
mean,
and get it.
looks at this ship. There's plenty of rope on this bad boy, or on the other bad boys. I mean, there's like rope is not a shortage of.
Yeah. I just figured it might be a bit of a
How
way.
could this even? How could we? What happened? How did it even get ambushed by these boats?
I don't have a clear memory of all of it because part of the time I feel like I was just hungry, and not much else was going on up here. But I remember I was trying to talk to Alec, and then all of a sudden things just kind of went very small, very small and very slow, and I didn't like the salty air very
I
much.
believe, Arissa, Akuma did tell you in a sense what happened.
Oh, did she? Oh,
I think she did tell you
I think
that
while Tay was sneaking over to the other boat, there was an explanation.
yeah, that she polymorphed
Oh,
Zoe,
okay. There we go.
and then
Okay.
you told pretty much demanded for her to release it, and when she did, it's like
Oh, that
you
was it. There
you
we
then
go.
had to try to find Zoe as he was.
That's when you heard the very faint help.
Oh, there we go. Now I remember. I remember exactly now.
Yeah.
Okay. Retract.
Actually, I would only have one of those flights left because I did drop it at the end of the combat to fall into the water. And then I picked up another one to fly around the water and look.
So we have none of us have any clue where they took her, right?
I after session last time, Joseph had mentioned that while I was flying around, I got indication that they had taken her to the west.
It
I
was
don't know if
the
that
creature
still
that
stands.
the creature that you attacked last. You saw the direction it was trying to flee, which was kind of like the direction the boats came from, which in a sense west. But like you don't know like how far or whatever because it was that creature was just underneath your guys' boat as you dived in and finished it off.
The one I finished was heading in a westward direction, but that doesn't give us a ton.
No, you see us like we should. I mean, this boat is not going anywhere until tomorrow anyway.
I could give one of those creatures nightmares. I wouldn't be able to tell where it is, but I could give it nightmares for the night.
I mean, I could possibly scry on a creature like that, but even if we know where it is, we don't know where that is. Where it is. This is incredibly frustrating.
We lost the captain, by the way. I saw him get yanked off. He didn't have a chance, and I didn't know where he went as soon as he was gone.
Well, I saw the other people, so at least we got the majority of the crew intact, I suppose. It would have been problematic if we lost our backup captain as well.
I would
do
say
any
at
of
this
the-
point he is kind of coming back on deck since everything is kind of like calmed down a little bit. I'll say it's been roughly like 30 minutes or so. He's kind of like coming out to like try to talk to you guys because it's where
He's being weirdly ignored, like, or is this like I have no time and energy for this.
everything is like slowly settling down, so like emotions are slowly coming up, and as he kind of steps out, which was the second in command, Low, he's just so what are we gonna do?
Out of curiosity, have you heard any reports of these creatures? Is there like a certain area where the attacks of these creatures are more frequent?
I've heard the story that, and he kind of pauses for a second. He's the captain made before, but sometimes they're just more of a fairy tale. I think I might see why they're probably more of a fairy tale,
If you had seen one, you probably didn't tell anyone else.
or you didn't make it.
Yeah,
Probably didn't make
that
it.
was the inference. If you saw one, you didn't survive to tell anyone else that you saw one. That was
So I from the stories, there doesn't ever seem to be an inkling about where they could have gone or where they come from. Just it's something to watch out for in the deep sea. I would almost say you probably wouldn't find them close to shores. He's just kind of like, you can see like on his face. It's almost like on his face is like a memory of as he's standing there holding the wheel with the captain like right next to him, and just kind of like as he's hearing his voice like like getting yanked off the boat, it's like he could see like the spear that was like that penetrated through the captain and was just pulling him off the boat, and he's just what are we going to do for the night? Do you think they're going to come back?
I think they are definitely not coming back. We managed to kill. Well, you weren't obviously Dead Sea, but we managed to kill quite a big portion of their group.
there were like 20 of them, and only one of them got away. It was a huge loss on their part.
Make a deception check.
And this is what I'm mostly good at.
You should make it with disadvantage because you're just staring at him with disappointment. I think that guy can catch on to that.
Deception.
You know what?
Yeah, he already rolled an 11. It's fine. He doesn't need disadvantage. He already
I'll
got
roll
shit.
it again. 13.
You see, it was meant to be shit.
It was mostly supposed to be hyperbole, not a straight out deception. Exaggeration.
You could see like
I mean, there were a lot of them.
he knows that there was like a lot, but at the same time he wasn't there for all of it, and so he's just kind of like,
I mean, there's still 3 dead bodies on our ship.
we
probably need Tay to push those off. They're
He's-
pretty big.
he's judging you. That's all I can say. He's judging you a little
it was
bit.
hyperbole, not deception. I rolled a 3 and a 5.
He's yeah,
Hyperbole.
there was a lot, sure, but I don't know if we can take another attack. the ship's already damaged enough as it is.
Three. We have, if we can't fix this ship, we have two others to pick from, I suppose, in a way. I can fix the ship tomorrow. It's just can't do it now.
Do we want
Exactly.
to check those other ships to see? A lot of our supplies were damaged.
We could tie them to Oz for now and maybe check them tomorrow when we're not currently trying to nurse our wounds.
Okay.
Plus, if we're tied off to them and our ship sinks in the middle of the night, it'll probably sink slower, so we'll have more time to evacuate.
Well, I guess we'll deal with the majority of this tomorrow then. Just
Bless
why
you.
don't you guys try to get some sleep? We can maybe try to hold some sort of ceremony tomorrow. And sorry to slightly eavesdrop. I've heard you lost one of your own.
Hmm. Apparently we have.
Don't tell the goblin girl. I think we should probably be the ones to tell her. Just if you, I know she's down there bailing out water.
Yeah. Well, we can do a ceremony tomorrow. There's
I hate the ocean.
a ritual that we can do, but you can see it's like he just he's been in charge before, but like now he is in charge, and it's just like this whole ordeal, and it's kind of like he's trying to piece together what is supposed to happen. What is next? He knew what would be next, but it's like I don't have that person to ask or as a reference. But he's just
This is very different than sailing on the airplane.
he just kind of already like kind of turns around a little bit and starts to walk, and as he's kind of like walking back up to the wheel, he's just slight looks back over his shoulder. And he's just try to get some sleep while you can. We'll stay up for now. And he kind of goes back, and every now and then you can see uh, some of the people that starts to come out, and I'll say what Tay has been through. She's probably just passed out. Makes this a little bit easier. Like so, she just pretty much passed out, and is already like in a hammock already. Some of the other three guys, yeah, the other three, especially the one that was kind of like brought back alive. I think it was by Alec. Um, just kind of goes back up to him and tries to thank him a little bit, but Alec is, you can see, very distraught about what happened as well. And so the ship crewmen try to, in a sense, gather the supplies that's on the ship that's not too damaged and try to figure out what to do with that and the ones that is damaged.
Guess it doesn't matter that I got the captain's quarters wet anymore. Guess no one's really going to notice.
God, I don't even.
Because I dimension doored in there soaking wet and just kind of splashed water on everything before.
Yeah, so did I.
running out. Yeah, well, guess no one really cares, right?
Two of us. I mean, I wasn't soaking wet. I think it was like in a slight millisecond. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna go sit there and do my things.
I'm
You know.
going to take a short rest, and then I think I'm going to stay up the night and keep a watch, even though they
But weren't
say
you supposed to stay awake anyway?
yes, but
Okay, so
I'm gonna take a short rest as well and get my get a 5th level spell back.
okay,
are you gonna fabricate and fix the hole in the ship? No.
All right.
I'm gonna cast scrying
All right.
on
I'll
the last
say
on.
an hour has gone by with you two. It's also kind of like I'll say like you guys have an idea what you're wanting to do, but at the same time, with the events that happened, it was probably hard to even try to sleep. Um,
I was just sitting on the side of the boat, casting light on like a copper coin and throwing it into water, watching it fall into the water. Then doing it again. Once she can't see the light anymore, she's gonna take another coin and then throw it into the water again.
uh,
A mark of like 50 copper coins or
It-
something.
it doesn't necessarily take them too long of a distance to get out of your sight. Um, almost
blind
just
as a
really
bat.
showing how dark just even the waters themselves are. But an hour or so has gone by.
I'm gonna cast scrying on. Let's see, who did I see? Did I see one of the little ones or did I see the big one? I think I only saw the big one that survived.
Um, I'd say I'd say you have at least saw the big one because it was the one that was
The other two that survived stayed in the water the whole fight, I think, on
yeah.
the north side of the ship.
The big one I would say that you have seen because it was the one that you were trying to charm, but Alec Alec not necessarily knowing that you charmed it, then like he attacked it. So yeah, you've seen it.
Can I go to the place where I saw it? And is there like some scales or something lying on the ground from his wounds?
Uh, yeah. They haven't like started cleaning the like everything. It was more of at this moment they're just trying to get the bigger things in order. You can see like
Okay.
there is a bunch of like broken boxes. Some that are just slightly open, some that are just busted, and like there's either put this in somewhere or it's gone forever type thing. But as you kind of just surveying the deck and you can see claw marks, the splatter of blood across, and you can find like a couple of uh, scales that you can at least assume within this little area was possibly that creature.
Okay, I'll just pick up those bits of it, I suppose, because that makes it have to roll a 28 to beat my 27 to beat my save.
We'll see. I don't think it can make it, but hey, I'm up for
Natural
trying.
20. Natural 20.
No, I think even a natural 20 needs to have a +7 to its wisdom save.
There's a 0.
Okay, so it can physically not beat the save anymore at this point. I'm just
I
gonna scry on that motherfucker.
I didn't mean to roll with advantage, but on the advantage part, which was the second one, it was a natural 20.
It's still not enough. Still not enough. So like I'm gonna scry on that motherfucker. See what he's up to.
Okay. As well, go ahead and make a perception check.
I'm really good at those. Give me a net 20 now. Oh, God. Yeah, no, it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be.
Uh, a- as you're scrying upon him, you can see. I'd say you can at least see a solid outline of him because it's almost like it's a kind of like just a heads up display on who you're targeting,
Hmm.
right? So you can have an outline of him. Um, Clearly, he is swimming at what appears to be at a solid pace and doesn't appear to be stopping or taking a breath or something, even though it's been an hour and some odd minutes. Like, it seems like this creature is booking it. And with a very low perception and the fact of it being in the dark, that's really all you can make out is just the fact he is booking it.
I think like Ursa's probably holding like the skills in her hand, and as she's like realizing all of this, she's just like slowly, I guess, like unconsciously slowly crushing the skills in the hand. And then once she drops the spell, she looks at it. She's just like
You can
throws
see
like
where
the
it looks
remnants on
like
the ground.
it's like kind of like cutting into your skin, and you were starting to bleed a little bit from it.
And then Rich, like in her anger, like throws it into the water. And she's like, "Fuck, bullshit." And then she, like, in her frustration, because it's a divination spell, I can take a 4th level spell back. So she's like, in her frustration, she's just gonna go down. I realized that now. I was like, hey, wait a minute, Scrying is divination. I'm a divination wizard, and I've never really used this part of my how do you call it, class. But it is a, if I use a divination spell, I get a spell slot lower back.
Yep.
And then Ursa walks down, and in her frustration, she just sits there and like fixes the boat while she's just muttering for the time it takes, 10 minutes. She's just muttering, cursing all the time. So I've already
It is
already
it is a good size hole. You're you could see that water was still, like I said, was coming in, but it was slow just enough thanks to the outside board that was placed. You can easily kind of using that, pulling the pieces that you need into the hole to fix it. But yeah, you were able to fix it.
I think as she like fixes it, she's just looking, shaking her head, and looks at it like any like. Normally, she would like to say something to, like, she knows that Alec and Zoe are still awake, but she's like, feels just like a waste, and then briefly thinks about, for the slightest second, thinks about getting Barnaby up, but then she realizes, oh no, I can't do that either. And then she just, in her frustration, probably finds a place and just angrily goes to sleep, probably sleeping terribly, but
Okay.
trying to at least.
I'll say at some point, Alec as well will go and get some sleep. But he doesn't go into the same area as all of you. It's kind of more like, and I'll say though you notice this as well. If you're staying up, Alec kind of just goes and props himself against one of the back walls outside on the ship, on the up or main deck, and it's just kind of like, it's like having like he's facing towards the water and hoping that if something instantly happens, he's there and he's ready to just jump into action. But he's able to get some sort of sleep in. But it's for everybody. It's not a pleasant sleep. Um, Even say if you every now and then go and check, like parts of her body is not only trying to just heal naturally from like the wounds that she got, the poison that was in her is slow. Like you can see like parts of her veins that are just slightly discolored, or like slowly trying to uh, pretty much eat away the poison and get it out of the system naturally as well. But it's just the fact like it's even interesting to see the poison on the outside of somebody. Um, but we will shift into the 15th.
There was one thing I wanted to try to do. If Arissa told me the thing about them still swimming, I would probably wait another hour, and then I'd like to try to cast Dream. And the only one that I think I know of that's still alive is also the big one, because I think the one that had taken the captain is the one that I finished off.
I don't
I'm not
remember.
entirely sure. But I don't remember either. That's why I'm saying the only one that I'm for sure that
The
knows of
I
that's
think
still
what it
alive.
was is obviously the big guy. There was one that was kind of like discovered that was still off of the side that uh, he kind of was just more sitting back and watching. Not that I forgot about him. Um, he jumped off. I think it was the one that was giving you the trouble that was the only one that was able to pull you in your invisibility.
That was also the one that got the captain. So did he get away?
I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say he was the one who got away.
Then that would be the one I target. And I don't think Dream has a save.
It doesn't take effect. you can feel as like you go to
So he's not
cast it.
asleep yet.
Yeah, you go to cast it, and you can feel that it kind of just fizzles out like nothing's happening, and you could probably get from that he has to still be awake, as this would have, at least I would have been able to control the aspects of it, you know. So you get that feeling that they must still be awake.
I would then like to cast Dream again because this is the only other person I know of who I think has a connection to Akuma, and I'd like to target Sona, assuming she would be asleep in the middle of the night.
You don't get her either.
She's dead. We've lost Sona as well.
We've already sleep by nodig.
Okay, so then I'll sit down for another short rest, and when that was over, I would then wait another hour, so 2 hours after this, and I would try to cast Dream again on that same fish man. Still nothing?
No.
Wait another 2 hours, try it again. Still nothing.
I would say after like even the second and possibly the third attempt, it feels as though who knows exactly how far they have came from whatever their destination is. Um, because not only of a heavy loss and afraid of possibly pursuers, and again, you don't know, they could have been asleep before the attack. Like, there's tons of factors that could indicate why they're still moving. But whatever the case is, they are not stopping.
Those willing to go to 2 levels of exhaustion for this to stay up and just keep short resting and casting Dream. So I don't know how long it's going to take for them to fall asleep.
Well,
But
you were
Zoe will
supposed to
stay up
stay
for
awake.
2 straight days to do it.
I mean, you
So.
were supposed to stay awake essentially, so you will take.
Yeah, but I would roll my hit dice to get back to full health if I have any, which I might not because I think I did use them during the temple fight. I have 1 hit die left.
Well,
I think at some point.
you guys slept through the temple fight, so.
Oh. So then I would have. What do? You
Because
reroll.
You gain half.
because
gain
you
half,
guys
so I would
you guys
have
came
5
back.
total.
I think what it was is you guys came back, had a nap, and then you guys went through the town, and then later that night went to the club, and then went back to sleep, and then you guys
The hit
left.
dice puts me back at my max, and then I also.
Yeah, we had one night of sleep at least, so you would gain like half your hit dice back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would have had 5 total, and it would have taken 2 to get back to my max health.
So if you stay up during the day, you will get 1 level of exhaustion because you were supposed to stay up during
I'll
the
stay
night.
up all day as well, and then I'll stay up the next night if I need to.
Okay.
I don't know how willing these creatures are to stay up, but I'm also. But I don't know how long that's going to take before one of the dreams has effect. But you guys are going to wake up in the morning and Zoe's just still sitting here repeatedly trying to cast dream. But at that point, he's probably doing it twice an hour since he can just short rest and then do it twice.
As the next day kind of came up, and Orissa, you almost feeling like you just didn't get any sleep type thing. You got your stuff back, but it just, if this
Bags.
was, yeah, like if you ever had a worse dream, not dream, but a worse night, this is it. And so you kind of wake up. Tay is still like unconscious, just sleeping. I mean, you kind of like in your head, she did take like a huge beating as well. So, you kind of go back up top, and you can notice Alec is just kind of like barely awake, barely asleep. You could definitely tell that he didn't hardly get anything of a sleep, and is just staring at the water as it flows. And you can see Zoe, who's showing signs of like an exhaustion building up, and
dream.
you think he lost it.
He's gone forever. And Arista just looks at the mast she needs to fix, and she's like, "Oh yeah," and just looks at the guy. Okay, And then looks at the mast again. It's like, huh. When I was a monkey, apparently I had a stroke of genius putting it in the right way around. Good. That would have been a horrible job to fix. And I fabricate the mast in its place again.
Yeah.
Spend another 10 minutes doing that, and then I think out of and then I'm just gonna sit there frustrated, like trying to figure out. Oh yeah, wait, we need to sail the boat as well. Fuck. Oh, I need to check the other
If
boat
you
as
need
well
help
for more
with that,
things.
you could maybe polymorph me into an ape, and I could hold it up for you to fix.
It's already. I put apparently
Oh.
I was smart as a monkey, and I put it in the correct
I
position.
didn't notice that. Sorry. I'm a
So
little.
no, I can't see. Like, how does an air genasi get bags under there? How does that work?
They're like little. They're like kind of shaped like wind, I guess somehow.
Really confusing. Did we check the other boats or not?
Not yet. Would you like some help with that? I can maybe tag along with you, and then go back to taking a short rest.
I mean, you look like you're in the
I'm
middle
at
of
full
something,
hit points and full spells. I'm good to go for a battle.
but you don't look. I mean, I guess I don't know how I look, and like
You look
Everybody-
like a mess.
Everybody
You
looks
feel
rough.
like a bedhead.
or it's just like
Got a
suddenly
bit
like
of a
realize.
cowlick in the back.
You see how like suddenly like her hair starts like rearranging itself, and or it's just like, oh, can you also scratch right there?
Unseen servants just giving you a back massage.
You don't know how good this is.
I don't see why not.
Anyway, I'll go check the boat. You can go do your thing. Yeah, I'm feeling lucky today.
I can come along and help you. I wouldn't
Sure.
want you to miss anything. Sure. And then I'll just come back and take another short rest. It'll be fine.
Sure.
I've only taken 5. 10? I don't know.
Okay. You
Committed at least.
you
I'm giving her help.
since they were detached, but I would say like using a bunch of rope, kind of like attaching it to the ships and all that.
I could misty step to the thing. It's like I don't.
Yeah,
see any-
or just even if Zoe wanted to like fly you over there.
I can't do that. I need a long rest to
Oh,
do that.
yeah, okay, he can't do that. So you get over to the first one, the one that, because the other two ships I'm going to say are still like kind of slammed into each other as well. So you kind of get on the first one that's at least even enough to walk on. What are you looking for? What do you?
Valuables, supplies.
Valuables,
Our
and
supplies were ruined, right?
Okay, go ahead and make a general investigation. And I'm going to assume that as you go further into the belly of the ship, that you'll probably have some sort of light source. So
of course I have. What's that? I need to do math now. 26.
cool. Okay. So just on first of the deck of the ship, it is, you don't see anything that obviously resembles any type of supplies.
The decks, I think, are just gonna like straight up ignore the decks. Like
Yeah,
nothing, fuck it.
as you're even just walking, like you can see all of the claw marks, the blood splatter, but there's
Monkey
nothing
blood.
that indicates, like I said, of any like supply crates or anything like that. You go down to the second one, and you can see this seems to be a little bit slightly more fresh than some of the other things of the blood trail that was going either up or down the stairs. And you kind of looking on the second level, just more claw marks. You gotta go to the back end first as it's a little bit closer, and you don't. Everything kind of looks like a mess. If I'm correct, because I use reference of the other ship. Give me a second. I want to do this correctly. Or I could just do this. Da-da. Da-da. Let's see. Go here. Go there. Where'd it go? Okay, whatever. You can kind of see like the like kitchen area. First off, it like it's just a mess. You're pretty sure that there's nothing that you can get from.
Is this a hand holding onto a button that says close? Maybe I should take it off and press open. Jurassic Park reference? No?
There is a hand though.
Hmm.
Oh, here it is.
I take it and I bend the finger so that it's pointing. Then I hold it out to point down the hallway and I say, maybe we should look that way?
How?
Then
Yeah.
I rub the hand behind me.
I don't. I guess you're getting delirious because of the no sleep.
I'm a little sleep deprived, and I'm
Um,
kind of grossed out now that there's blood on my hand.
You.
Or it's just presses the way. There you go.
You.
I also have that spell. I forgot.
As you keep going through the back, you can see like you would think that this is probably the captain's quarters of some sorts, and it is a total mess. You kind of like looking around. A lot of it seems like it's either been ripped or it's wet and ripped, and so it's hard to make out a lot of the things on there. Uh, I would say with obviously your high investigation, you can tell that this definitely was a pirate ship, as there's not like any sort of indication of a, uh, I guess you could say like a faction or a place that it really came from, indicating like a sigil of this place or whatever. Um, you do though kind of like find like a bag that has like a few coins and like a jewel or two. Nothing major, probably like 50 gold pieces at best, with like probably two small jewels, probably together could be like somewhere between 25 to 50. Um, but other than that, there's nothing indicating like where this ship came from. You go to the front and you can see like some crates that are there. They don't seem to be too damaged. Um, so you're not sure what's in them unless you're going to like try to pry it open and look in. But it's crates that are not damaged.
I guess I could look in the first two, see what's in them.
Just kind of like one is more of like kind of like just fruits, like one fruit, like say apple, and so it's just a box of apples. The other one, it kind of has just a bunch of different types of cloth in it.
Useless.
Uh-oh. My battery's low. I forgot to plug in my computer.
Yeah, your computer didn't take a long rest either.
Yeah. Get it.
You start to make your way to the third level, which is the very bottom of the ship, or the second sub level. Yeah. As you even start your decline in the staircase, this smell
Oh.
is already hitting you extremely hard. And depending on whatever your light source is, if you kind of go to shine down, at first it just looks like
I see it all.
that's true, but you don't see color. Um, at first, it, like you could see, like, oh, this ship probably has a leak too. But then, like, once your vision kind of slowly adjusts to what it is, it's like a pool of blood, and you can see like disfigured limbs and like a face or two that's kind of like bobbing as it just stares in a direction as it just slightly floats along with the movement of the ship.
Let
a-
me roll something real quick. Okay, Orisa keeps it in. You see how she gags a little bit and then just
This-
keeps it in.
This is extremely powerful in potency, and you can assume that this area, and we're describing on one of the pirate ships. They're at the second sublevel, just trying to see what's there. You can see that this is
No, I've
probably where they took all of the individuals that were on the ship and ate them all.
There is still one on the deck that had just started getting eaten,
Yes.
right? They
He
haven't
I'm a
he
yeah.
he was already like, imagine like while during that whole thing, like he probably,
Someone threw him in the water.
yeah, so like you could see the more fresher of Bladder's blood, but other than that, you
Alec,
don't see the corpse.
Alec could speak with dead with one of these
I don't
dismembered
really
kids.
care where they're from. I just want to put this behind
But
us.
I was going to say we could maybe ask them if they have an idea where exactly they were first attacked, because maybe it would be closer to these creatures.
Probably somewhere in the water. Didn't they say the
The
pirates would come
westward
from?
direction, but maybe they could tell us an approximate distance to land or a region to look. I'm sorry, I'm kind of stretching here. I kind of partially feel responsible.
I think in a degree we all are, but I just want to get away from here because this shit is making me sick.
I feel pretty good,
You
but
know what?
I'd also
Because you guys are kind of still standing there, go ahead and make one more Constitution save.
There we go. Or it's like, as
Okay.
you said, it's making me sick.
As
She's like,
as you
confused.
guys are talking about this, and it's like you just see like both of you kind of like looking down one last time, and you just see this head like as it kind of mouth just out of spontaneous like popped open, like just more blood kind of come out, and it's like the real nasty kind. So
as I'm vomiting, I'd like to go down and grab that head that's mouth just came open.
But you need to have its jaw as well.
Its jaw's still there. It just popped open. It could
as
still open.
as you go as you
Uh,
go to pick it up, it does fall off.
I grab the jaw as well and just kind of. I mean, you can talk to a skull with that spell.
I will say
sure.
this. I will say this. There is another skull that's still. There's a couple that are
Oh, if
floating.
there's one in better shape, I'm grabbing that instead. This thing's
I think
horrifying.
I was just like already walked as she's puked. She just walked out. She's like, oh my god, you're insane.
I just drop this one back in the water and grab another one by like just pinch its hair.
You
kind
do
of,
have
like,
to. Just saying, you do have to walk in this to get it.
I'll walk in a couple steps and grab it.
Okay.
And then as soon as I'm back out, I'll just try to prestidigitation the blood off.
First off, as you walk through them, like you can feel like all the stuff hitting like your legs, like rubbing against them. Like imagine like you're in a haunted house, right? And you know, as like they might have a bunch of things like hanging off from the ceiling. Like so, as you're walking into all of this, it's like that, except you could feel it all like hitting your legs, like touching your side. It it's not a pleasant thing.
Yeah, no, there's just barf all over the place. So he walks back up to you, Arissa, like you're already out on the second level. He walks out just covered in blood from like the waist down,
I would say blood.
holding one of the heads, and then from the waist up to his chin is just vomit.
Blood and vomit.
And he just looks at you like, I really think we should try to talk to one of these at the very
I
least.
mean, you look like a toddler who just puked up all their food.
You think a toddler would be covered in blood?
I mean, I've seen toddlers
What
covered
toddlers
in.
do you know?
I
I'd like
mean,
to meet them. I think
never
they'd
mind.
be very interesting.
It's a long
Give
story.
me 1 second. I turn around and vomit again. Still
I
holding
I would
the
say
head.
this is just now a change of reaction. I'm gonna say because of the nat one, Arissa, like you just can't help it. Like it's
I
vomit
didn't roll
after.
that one.
No,
I didn't
you
roll that
didn't.
one.
You didn't. Well, because of him, and he constantly vomiting. You're now vomiting.
I was like, or just walks away. It's like, fuck this shit.
Can I prestidigitation as much of this off as I can?
Okay, you go to president, and I would say at the moment, like it looks like your lower half is just stained a little bit. You kind of get the blood out, but it still has that darkish color stain.
Like brown, the brown.
I'm gonna go loot the
But
other ship.
I'm
gonna
going-
look at the other ship.
I'm going to just say at the moment it's hard to concentrate because of that smell. The smell is still on you.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go check the
I
other
vomit
ship.
again as we're walking out.
The other ship, Arissa, as you go to check, it almost somewhat the same vibe where except since it's kind of like tilted sideways a little, because of it being rammed into the ship that you were currently on. There's tends to be a little bit more of supplies, but it's all like like all rolled to one side. Um, and like you kind of like pause uh as you kind of like stopped at the top of the stairs to look at the second sub level, and you can just faintly smell that same like aroma, and you're like, nope.
Hell no, not again.
See anything down there?
No.
Good.
Yes, but no. Same shit, but same terrible. There's some supplies on the ship. We just take the supplies and then we just get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
Or
So
I guess I'll just in some way get the supplies from there. I mean, there's multiple ways I can do. I can levitate a box and then we can push it around. It's just the main food. Like I guess 2 or 3 boxes. I'll just mark off some spells like that are food, right? That we need to get across the ocean.
I'll say you got enough that if you guys at least try to ration, but at the same time,
I mean, I can create food once a day.
at the same time, for somebody who can kind of create, I would say it makes it easier to even out everything. So you guys should be.
Actually, I can create food like 10 times a day. Just let me.
Yeah,
create.
it's more for also for their sake if they have to travel somewhere afterwards and they don't get the chance to get what anyway.
Yeah. So
As we're
Yeah,
standing
I'd
on
say
our
that's
ship,
good.
Alec, do you have speak with dead?
Alec is just kind of like in and out, and at the same time, you guys can see Tay, who's like, as walking back to the ship, you can see Tay, who seemed to have woken up and is. Tay, you notice that so far Akuma still has yet to be found. You passed out a little bit more earlier because of just all the wounds that you took and the poison that your body was constantly trying to shake off. So you helped the ship crew get a lot of the water out from on their second sub level, and then it's kind of like you just passed out. So the last time you heard was that at first like Akuma couldn't be found, and with you waking up and coming back, like so far you have yet to see Akuma.
and both Zoe and Oris look like a mess, like bags on their eyes and everything. So I don't know
I
how would a
smell
lion person look like when they're tired? I guess you wouldn't really see it, right?
You can just see like their eyes just seem like a little bit more droopy.
Yeah, that I guess.
I smell absolutely horrible. Like
Death.
But as we've taken off
Yes.
the how do you call it the boxes to our ship, or she's just gonna look at the other ships and just gonna be like, I hate this and what this means, and I'm gonna cast a 5th level fireball at the middle of the ship, just burning them in a pyre.
Did we get the supplies off the unopened
Yeah, we did.
crates? Okay.
Yes, and now I'm burning the entire ship.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna fire 3 fireballs in quick succession at that ship.
Okay. Tay, as you're kind of like seeing Arissa and Zoe kind of come back on the ship, Zoe smelling awful, and Arissa like
Holding a 7.
also kind of like showing exhaustion along with like disgust as well. You can see she just undoes all the rope that was connecting to it and just released this mass of 3 fireballs just slamming into the ship, explosions kind of going off, separating them mostly, and you can see whatever is able to be afloat is just on fire.
And now it smells like burning, rotting flesh instead of just rotting flesh.
I mean, it will sink under the underwater soon enough.
Where's Akuma? Didn't you guys find her?
The girl just has a blank stare. You see her
Alex
fist,
so just starts walking away full speed as fast as he can.
and I think you see just Arissa's fist, like, you know, all tensed up. Probably some magical residue hanging around those fists. No, we didn't.
He's gonna go up to the crow.
Do what?
What are you gonna do?
You kind of cut out.
Crow. Gonna go up to the crow's nest.
Okay, you start to climb up and just looking out, you can see the light reflecting off of the sea. You can see really there's not any clouds inside at this particular moment, and just see the smoke from the other two ships as you guys are slowly making your distance away from it. Zoe, you were going to ask Alec something?
Yeah, I was going to ask about the speak for dead, speak with dead on the head.
Alec kind of just sitting there, just slowly like looks up, seeing this, and it's almost like there's not a reaction. Like Alec is just so exhausted, and it's just like a lot of the emotion is drained out of him at this moment. And he's just, I can try tomorrow. Something
I
I've
just
prepared.
maybe if he can tell us where they were attacked, give us some sort of clues where to look. Maybe closer to where their home is. Maybe we could get. I need to go back to casting Dream. If I could just like set this down somewhere over here and go back to trying to cast Dream. Uh, I'm trying my best. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Just and he kind of just like reaches his hand out up to you, and it's just here. Give it to me.
I'll hand him the head by the hair.
You could tell that like relationship that you two kind of have, like it's just not showing it at this moment.
It's on pause.
Yeah, and it's like he takes it, and you can see he kind of just like pulls out a little bit of rope and like wraps around it, trying to just keep it tight in some place, and just sticks it next to him. And he's just, I'll keep an eye on it for now. Are you okay?
I don't know if that makes sense. I've never experienced this before.
I experienced a few times of it. Each one sucks.
I know my family's dead, but I wasn't around for it. That happened thousands of years ago while I was in a box. I know they're gone, and I don't really miss them. I kind of spited I feel like I spited them, but at the same time I feel like I didn't. It's weird, and I don't fully understand what that means.
You can see he kind of just kind of zones back out a little bit, and he's just. And I'd say at this point, you all can hear the like the bell that the captain would ring to get everybody's attention. And as you all kind of come into pretty much on the front deck to see, as he's kind of standing there looking at all of you, and he's just, I just want to say, I think we lost some really good people, and with what happened, I don't think we've could have really been prepared for. Um, the captain previous, he was a good man, and he kind of goes on of a little speech about him, and just kind of like the good that he done to him and the crew. And after about like 10 minutes or so, kind of looks to you guys and it's just, would any of you like to say something? Uh, Typically, we would just say something small about our fallen, and we will kind of shows you guys like a small craft, a small like a hand-sized little boat, and it's just we would typically either carve their names or put something small that belongs to them and ship it to sea so that hopefully wherever that boat takes and wherever that boat goes, it will guide them to their next afterlife. If if you guys want to, of course. You don't have to.
So, like, I'm just looking through with the stuff that
Do
I
we
have.
have anything that belonged to her? Did she leave anything sitting around? I'll look over at Tay. Do you?
You leave anything behind? Anything? No.
I think you kind of cut out there, good sir.
Oh. Alright. Oopsies. Uh, that's in the spot.
Do we have a robot?
Here.
Like you need
I
to
I
reconnect.
think I think you might have to disconnect and reconnect. I think your service is messing you up.
Just
You
try.
you just
Just
you
try.
sound like a robot.
Try a quick disconnect and reconnect.
Oh, Mr. Gato, Mr. Roboto.
I don't think I have anything.
I have a kazoo from Alistar, but that's not.
It's not really relevant.
Um.
Better?
I have this.
Yeah,
and
no,
So
it's
I'll
far,
better.
pull out.
yeah, so far it's better.
I'll pull out the airplane paperweight that was from Ace, that I stole from Ace. This is about as close as I've got. It's from her father, but
I mean, isn't that your people's stuff?
it's from my plane originally. But I don't even know if I can go back there. Like,
I mean, eventually.
maybe.
I mean, eventually.
Is there anything in her spot where she slept on the ship or no?
Um,
Please tell me.
the
I have the ring that you and her bought for me.
um, you know she doesn't like really, or she did carry a backpack. You know what? Yeah, she has. She had placed her backpack down, and now there's some things that is not there, but just small basic stuff. Depending on what you're going to try to look for, the closest if you're going to try, um, there was the black dragon costume that I think you and Tay, or it was either Akuma and Tay or Akuma and Alistar that had.
Yeah.
I think it was the two kids, Akuma and Tay, and I think Alistar went off looking for candy.
Uh, that would be pretty much what she had in her backpack. Everything else was more of
Did
like
she,
what
Always
she
had a
kept.
bedroll.
What she kept. There was basic things, but then there's other things that were more closer to her that she
There
kept
would
on
probably
herself.
be there would probably be an old perfume bottle that Teller gave her on the second day after they met. inside the bag as well?
Sure.
Is the necklace in the bag as well? Or no?
She probably was wearing it.
Man, that
Um,
girl's bling. That girl's blinged out.
the fancy perfume bottle is not in the bag. She had it on herself.
So just the dragon costume then, I guess, is all we really...
Something.
Better than nothing.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, does anyone want to say something? I feel like words are hard to find at the moment.
If anyone here should speak, I think it should be Tay, but I don't know if Tay has anything she wants to...
Sure, I can say something. Guess table up after the
As
same spot where the
okay, as you start to kind of walk up, Alec kind of comes right next to you, Arissa, and Alec kind of like whispers a little bit, and it's just, I don't think we should say anything about that night.
Or so like looks like stares for a bit,
Do I
like
hear this?
Uh,
If so,
I
I
mean,
just kind of give some side eye.
uh, roll a just roll a perception check. Because I'm going to say, like, you're not necessarily all staying right next to each other, but, like, you could be somewhat close by.
You know what I have on checks? Disadvantage.
it's
Oh,
true.
you're exhausted yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Nope. Don't hear any of it.
Works out.
Or she just like, or she just like, so like at first she's like, huh, and then she's like, ah, and then just nods.
So you kind of make it up there, and you standing next to Captain Lowe, who's kind of standing there holding like the boat, and you could. It's and again, it's like a small handheld thing, so you would have to rip like a piece off of that costume if you wanted to add it to this.
Was there a mask? Or just a mask?
I would believe so, yeah.
Just a mask. What's that?
You need to get a bit closer to the microphone, by the way. So you know.
Oh. I felt never felt the way I did with her as I've anyone else. I loved her. Right now, I just want to kill everything around me. But I won't. That wouldn't be fair for her. Fair for the others. I hand the captain the mask. I'm just gonna walk
You hand
away.
it to him, and he takes it, and he just kind of puts his hand like on your shoulder. And he's just like, kind of just nodding, like he understands your pain, and uh, kind of folds it up the best he can to try to attach it to this little boat. And um, uh, as he kind of walks down and kind of walks and kind of stops in front of anybody, and he just holds this boat, looking at all of you, and it's just kind of stare at each of you for a little bit and takes a breath and kind of goes and with a little bit of help kind of leans off a little bit and kind of drops it. As you can see, it hits the water but lands good, and the waves is already taking it off. As he kind of comes back and fixes himself a little bit, and it's just well, if anybody and turns around to face not just you guys but the crew themselves is I think with honoring the tradition, if anybody doubts or has any complaints,
Hi, Bixby.
I'm the new captain,
You're the captain now?
and you can see some of the crew kind of like uh, do a salute in a little bit, addressing the new captain, showing approval that yes, uh, I'm not going to like dispute this. I think you should be the captain. As they kind of give off the salute, and he nods to them and looks at you guys, and well, if you think what do you guys think?
I just throw him the bag that I found on the other ship. It's not much, but I think you have more use of it than we have. It's the bag with money and the gems that I found.
Thank you.
It's only a small. It's not compensation. It's just like you have more use of it. It's like I would be wrong for me to keep this.
Thank you. And kind of just attaches it to himself, and he's just okay. Well, if you guys want to head to the captain's quarters, and you can see he pauses for a second. It's just my quarters, and we can try to make sure we have the correct drop off. I think my guys can stay up a little bit more, but I think we're probably gonna sit afloat a little bit. Try to get a new schedule thing going. So he kind of walks back to the captain's quarters. Pretty much, he's just, are you guys still wanting to be dropped off on the bottom edge of the acid falls?
As he walks away, Arista is gonna like look at everyone else, and then she's gonna.
By the way, Sona
Yeah.
might be dead. I tried to cast a dream to her
Oh,
in
she's
the middle
so.
of the
Oh,
night.
she's awake. I don't.
Oh, okay.
And let me just.
I mean, she could also be awake, but I mean, it didn't connect in the middle of the
I
night,
can
so I
check
don't.
in a bit. It's fine. I was just gonna use the head of the skies to turn into Akuma, and then she's like in over the line, like just where the thing is, the boat is going. Arisa's gonna try and attempt to cast a frost version of a fireball.
Okay. um. Make an Arcana check with advantage.
Sure. You know what? I want to use my DM inspiration to roll again on this because I want to. I want to make this as good as possible. Fuck. Anyway, 19.
You also have luck.
And I'm gonna use luck. See, fuck it. I'm gonna use everything just to up my chances on this shit. 28. There you fucking go.
Okay. You kind of stop for a second, and as some of you are seeing this, you can see Arissa using her hat, kind of like giving it a little touch, and it's kind of like activating it, and you can see she turns into Akuma. Some of you, like Tay, kind of probably having mixed emotions about this, and others kind of like, what is she doing? You see she holds her hand out facing the. Are you aiming at the little boat or like just?
Or like over it in the air, knowing that it won't tip open and like
Yeah,
it would explode above the boat.
As you're holding it, you first kind of like cast a little bit to get that little fire sensation in your hands, and you can see like the little fire kind of coming in between your fingertips. And as you're sitting there focusing and trying to imagine how a of the same category is turned into ice, um, as you're sitting there doing it and you're concentrating, trying to piece together what you could do, and then you close your eyes and you're just picturing your time that you've had with Akuma and uh, of all the small meaningful discussions to the big open discussions and how uh, you were like in a weird way kind of like a mentor to her, trying to show her the right way of doing things. And just this little bond that you had, you don't really see, but to everybody else, you can see the fire of this reddish flame slowly turning into a bluish flame. And as you still have your eyes closed, and it's kind of like you're just ignoring the feeling and you're trying to imagine something extremely cold. And you just launch it. And as it kind of shoots out past the boat to everybody else, it's like a giant blue fireball. And as it's going over the boat and it kind of reaches a good distance away and just explodes, uh, all of you kind of just see like a bluish explosion. And to you, Arissa, you feeling like, you know, I don't know what it was. I still just couldn't get it.
Mhm.
But as you kind of turn around and start to walk um, to the others who are watching in like behind you, it looks like snowflakes is falling in that little area.
And then she just drops the disguise, and it's just like, well, I guess that's the best I could do.
It's better than what I could do to honor her.
Well, I wish I could have been there. And then she just walks into the captain quarters.
So, uh, but yeah, he's just pretty much going to ask if you guys were still wanting to be dropped off. Um, if you can see where I'm being, just below of the
Yeah,
acid falls.
I think that hasn't changed yet.
He says he's going to try to follow somewhat of the same path that they followed before, and hopefully not running to anything. And then when they get closer to uh, the Seacrest River, they're just going to follow the coast down, and hopefully make it a little bit easier instead of traveling a little bit more distance in the deep ocean. So, uh, anything anybody wanting to do today?
I just continue casting Dream until it either connects or I stay up the whole next night doing it.
Um, okay. At some point during the day, I would say like slightly after midish day.
I would probably go sit down near Alec while I'm doing this Dream thing, just in the same area but sitting like 20 feet apart.
Yeah,
Whatever.
so kind of like a little bit after midday, uh, you feel it connect, and that you know at this current moment it's either all three of them or at least just the creature that you were targeting is asleep.
Okay, I enter his dreams. I think I can shape this enough that I don't actually appear or that I appear in a different form. Go reread. should have already reread this.
It's fine.
We're fine.
I'm just going to appear looking like one of the other fishmen, maybe the one that was on deck. And as long as he speaks a language, he can understand me in the dream, I think. I'm just kind of reading through.
He does speak a language.
Okay. I don't know exactly what these creatures sound like, but I do have the actor feat that allows me to kind of imitate voices. And thing is, I'm gonna have disadvantage on any check I do. I'd like to. For now, it just kind of looks like the ship where they were fighting, but it looks as if they had a victory and all the crew and us are laying on the deck dead.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just me and him. And I'd like to. So my goal here is to like talk to him and then through that talking kind of get him to do like how Orissa had Ore use his memories to guide her to where he got the sphere from.
Okay.
If you remember. I'm trying to think. So I'd be like,
Okay, so first off,
brother.
we'll play it out as you can. Are you having it where just you two survived, or like there was a couple of others? But
There's a couple of others. The big guys here, like we
okay,
had some loss, but we won in the end, and now we have this food to feast off of.
and you're doing it to the bigger creature that you guys were
No,
fighting.
I'm doing it to the one that had killed the captain, who was
Okay,
still in the
yep,
water.
that's easy enough.
A little bit of a stupider, hopefully a little bit stupider than the big one.
That's easy enough. Okay, so you guys are in a victory of this, and just on closer, you can see the lower half. It's it definitely appears to be like a fish that it the fins kind of almost go down and slightly split at the bottom. Uh, kind of definitely like dorsal fins across his body in ways like off of his arm, kind of like a little bit of his shoulders. He does have more of like a humanoid like feature of a torso up, but it's still more fish like. Um, as he has like kind of like tentacle-ish like beard a little bit, um, razor sharp teeth and claws and so on and so forth. So go ahead.
I'll approach and I'll be like, "That was a good battle, wasn't it?" I don't know what they would sound like in their fish voices.
Um,
I sound like whatever a fishman would sound like, I guess. Based on his memories, because I think I can sort of pry into his memories. Because it says you can make a shape that'd be monstrous according to them. So I guess you can like slightly build off of their memories. So it'd be based on his memories of this guy.
and it just says for the language that as long as they have a language, they can
I
understand you.
think so. Let me double check. I'll just go ahead and export it if anyone else wants to try and proofread through. Can converse with the target as long as it remains asleep. I don't think it just says you can converse as long as they're asleep. I don't think it even specifies they have to.
I gotta say, I gotta roll up these. Evelyn?
Only if
if
you're
I'm
trying to hurt it.
deal damage, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I don't think you can really see his
Yeah,
memories.
if you
but
try
can.
and deal damage, the messenger can deliver a message of no more than 10 words, and then the target must make a wisdom
Okay.
saving throw.
I
That's
got
the only time they make the saving throw.
I would say this. I'm going to say because you're in their dreams, go ahead and make a intelligence check.
With disadvantage?
Yeah, that's the sad thing.
You should roll not 2 nat 20s. Lol.
Yeah. Just pull him Magdor.
9.
Okay. What languages do you know?
Not Aquan, which is what I assume they would speak. Common, primordial, dwarven.
Aquan is a version of primordial.
I could try it in primordial, I guess. It would probably sound like I'm speaking Latin to a French person or something. Or it
I
gets
think
to be
primordial is
like
like the mother language to those things.
I'm speaking broken Latin to an Italian man.
Like Aquan is a dialect of
I'll say
primordial.
this. You can, because if it's a dream, you can kind of shape it
Things
to
are
where
fuzzy in a dream, anyways.
you could kind of shape it to where they can understand you for what you're trying to speak about. But because of your intelligence, it's kind of hard to pick up what they're
Okay.
saying.
So basically, then, if it's a dream and I can't quite, things aren't quite connecting, everyone's kind of just going to sound like uh Peanuts cartoons adults. Wah 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 wah. Like even if he tries to speak to one of the other people from his group, it's just kind of muffled and like you know how sometimes you have a dream where you can't quite
Yeah,
understand. So he's
yeah,
like in this victory thing, and like if he tries to talk to them, they're like cheering, picking up somebody's severed arm, be eaten into it, and then like if he just kind of hears like
okay.
grumbles more or less.
Um,
And
but
Wah,
then
so
wah,
you
wah,
can,
two
wah.
of them are going to start diving into the water to try and coax him to dive into the water.
okay. Are you still going to try to talk to him?
No, because at this point, if I can't, I'm going to try and give him the sense that we're trying to return home
Okay,
by everybody like jumping in the water in a westward direction.
okay. Um, you do that, and the trouble that you're kind of coming across is the fact that he's following and not leading because of him being a lesser creature to the big ones, which there were only two of them. Uh, you see that while you're trying to mimic everything, while they are starting to go in that direction, he's following. So if you try to slow them down, it's like he slows down.
I don't know how this is going to go. As he's swimming, and the others are swimming, I'm just gonna make them like slowly fade out, like sometimes how your dreams like things just kind of disappear into the dream, and see if he continues on, I guess.
Okay, yeah, he'll as it kind of like fades a little bit, and he does kind of continue to swim. Um, but it's just swimming.
I'd like to. I don't know. I'll try to like see if I can make the dream sort of speed up, I guess. Like time pass faster in the dream. Because I
Okay.
could technically stay in the trance for 8 hours and just
Um,
stay as long as he stays asleep.
you can see that they're just swimming and swimming. Hold
Does he know the way home on his own?
on. It almost just looks like he's just swimming, and you can see like you're trying to keep it in a certain
Would I
way,
make
and
him feel tired, like he wants to rest, he wants to go home?
yeah, he will. I would say this. It's just that trying to change it the way he feels. It will just allow him to make a like an intelligence check to see if it just feels weird. Almost
Okay.
like it's a case if he like understands he's in a dream or like if he changes something else as it is his dream as well.
Yeah.
Um, okay, so you try to make it where he's tired, and it almost like you see like you're fighting with him with the dream, and almost like he kind of like just goes to stop, and it's like he just pulls out like food, and it's like he just starts eating. As as you're sitting there, you're trying to think of how to get him to, in a sense, lead to what you want. Everything goes dark, just black. You can still see him, and you can see he's kind of like looking around, trying to figure out what happened. And as you're kind of like, how far are you from him at this moment?
I was trying to stay back a little, like I was still following him. Like I made like all the ones ahead of him disappear, but there were still a few behind him
Okay.
as he was swimming.
Depending on how far you're going to be, like, there's even your creations that you got are gone. Everything is gone.
Just me and him in blackness.
You start as you're kind of like sitting there trying to figure out as well, like the hell's going on. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Yeah. Perception's kind of a weak suit of mine, anyways.
Okay.
7.
You don't hear.
Well, 7 or a natural 20, but
You don't necessarily hear the sounds at this moment, but you can feel the presence of something, and you see he noticed it too, as he's like looking around, trying to distinguish what he is feeling. And you just hear this. It's like almost like a deep, but at the same time femaleish like voice. But you don't see anything at this current moment, as you just hear this. Return what you have stolen, and I will not punish you. If you return, I can grant you powers beyond your beliefs.
would I try to hide from this thing? I don't. Clay knows what this is. Zoe doesn't, and so Zoe's just immensely terrified that something else has taken over his dream.
As you are like kind of like trying to back up a little bit, you can see slowly of like this reddish, almost like this light coming off, and you could see like curves of outlines of something, and you could just see this thing looks monstrous, huge. As it's this light is slowly getting bigger and bigger, and it kind of just eyes just like of redness pour down onto this creature, as the creature is just like almost like frozen in fear. Uh, Go ahead and let's see if I can give you one. You can either make a perception check, a investigation check, if you want to try to identify what this creature is, or a stealth check if you want to try to hide.
All
I
with
still-
disadvantage.
I don't want to try to disconnect yet.
I know it's up to you.
Do I
you
feel like I still have the openness to disconnect? Like, do I feel like something's blocking me?
you don't know yet. It just determines on what you want to try to do.
I don't know if my
The
dream is
the
still working the way it's supposed to.
the idea of this is you feel like though you you feel as though something is forcing what's happening, that you don't have control over it, but you're still there. The ideal
What
is
would I get? The difference between insight and investigation. What would I get from each of those with this thing? Like, would I
the
get it?
investigation or perception
Okay,
is the idea of you're trying to determine
what this is?
what you're looking at. The stealth is you'll focus
Trying to
more
see
on
what
just trying to hide and hoping that whatever this is, if it can.
I don't think Zoe's smart enough to realize that something powerful could block him from exiting a dream spell. So I think I'm going to go for investigation to try and figure out what this thing is.
Go for it.
With disadvantage. Oh my God! How?
As
How do
you
you roll
Say,
two
if that
of
was
them?
perception, that would be double zeros. I
as
want to point that out.
as you are trying to look
Snake
hard
eyes.
to see what this is, you can see the eyes. Like, it's almost like you didn't notice this at first, but the eyes have been staring at you. And you see the I don't, you see this reptilian like eye as the line down the center of its eyes just staring straight at you. And like it's almost like you're just caught in a daze. And you don't even realize as this hand kind of comes and grabs you, and you can feel like even your soul in a sense, like your physicalness is just being lifted, and it's just forcing you closer and closer.
So
And
in my head, I just told myself if I rolled high with my physical die, I was going to try and ask this thing what was taken from it, and I rolled an 18.
okay,
So
so
as I'm being pulled up, I'm just going to be like, "What was taken from you?"
as it's just holding you in your eyes,
And I feel like I've probably lost the fish form at this point.
yeah, you're in your
Weird.
natural
Yeah.
form. Um, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
That's not it. That's regular, right?
Yeah, that's a 22. Sorry, it should have been at normal.
Okay.
It's a 19 plus 3, 22.
I wonder. Let me check something. Oh, I
DC
wonder.
23.
Oh, I wonder.
Well, even if it's DC 23, then you still. Oh, yeah, then he doesn't beat it. Unlucky.
I'm lucky. I'm amazed that you rolled double ones.
I'm not. I'm really not. Cole, have you met my characters? I'm pretty
That is.
sure Vincent rolled double ones to insight check Magdor or
Just
something
want to
when I had
see.
advantage. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
And I
it's
had
the first
disadvantage.
time.
I think I had disadvantage, and I had like an 18, and you rolled double ones.
Okay. You feel something combing through your mind, and it looks like it's looking for something. And you're seeing a lot of it. It's stopping at a lot of images that has to deal with Akuma. And
They're
then you,
looking for Akuma. I don't have enough insight. Never mind. So it doesn't have enough insight to realize this thing's looking for Akuma based on it
but
looking at
then it
memories of Akuma.
stopped on something else. It stopped on an image of. I don't want to get the name wrong. Okay, yeah. It stopped on the image of Goro. And it's just interesting. And it just squeezes you. And you pop back out of this dream state. And you feel like you just died.
Do we hear a pop when he comes out?
I'm sitting by Alec, so Alec would be the only one.
Alec was actually trying to awaken you. It seems like you had gone
I was
into it.
probably going in my sleep,
You.
freaking out.
It seemed as though, as you kind of like come out of this, he's like, "Are you okay? I think you were having a seizure."
My pale blue skin has gone from pale blue to just pale. Ah. Um. Um.
Speak out, man. He like kind of like wears his hand like he's ready to slap you, but then he's kind of like lowers it back to try to like get you to talk, try to lift you back up. What? What? Are you okay?
So the creature's hungry, I think, first, because he stopped to eat in his dream. Second,
What? What
I'm
creature?
not going to sleep for the next week, I don't think. After what I just saw. Orissa's asleep at the moment, right?
No, because the fact you were
No?
having a seizure, and this is still kind of like within the day. Alec quickly ran to go get everybody,
Uh,
and
uh,
so like he kind of like went like on deck, or like if you guys were down below, or whatever, like opened the door and like Arissa, and kind of like left the door open and kind of like go back to like try to get you to like get out of what's happening. And so like I would say at this moment like Arissa and if Tay wanted to as well, like is coming to this. So you're like still like laying on the floor as he's like trying to lift you up out of this state. And as they come, he's just like, he was just
This is-
having a seizure. Like I couldn't get him out of it.
so good news, the dream went through. Bad news, I don't think we're the only one who's mad at these things. Or maybe that's good news. I don't know what's happening anymore. I need a drink. I need water or something.
Okay, yeah, Alex is just going to slap the shit out of you. Just go ahead and take 1 point, and it's just like, speak. What were you trying to do?
Okay, so. Oh god, I was popped like a pimple.
Huh?
Pop. Okay. I still have did I use both my spell slots for this short rest, or did I get that on the first try of this short
I'm just going to say it was the first try.
Okay. It's going to be easiest for me to show you, because don't know how to put that into words, because it was darkness. I will cast Major Image, and it'll very quickly, like within just the first minute of Major Image, fast forward through the ship, jumping in the water, swimming for a little while. All the other creatures disappear. I try to make it tired, but it ends up eating something, and then pause there, and all of a sudden it goes dark. And I turn back into normal form and just start freaking out, looking around. And the other fish is also freaking out, and basically what Joseph just described. But I'll use the entire rest of the 9 minutes of Major Image to play that out exactly how it happened.
You
I'll
guys
just
are
be like,
still seeing it from his perspective, so he didn't get the greatest of angles of everything.
Can you turn up the resolution?
let me just, I reach down and I like sort of turn up one of the dials on my illusion.
It kind of
Nothing
like goes.
happens
It kind
'cause-
of gets to that staticky thing, and you have to like turn it back because you realize that's the best you get.
Yeah, this is the greatest resolution. Mostly I just captured how beautiful my face
How
is.
blind of a bet were you?
I mean, I felt like I died. This
Like,
was
Arisa's
not.
just like, as you're playing, literally, she's like, at this point I would have broken. Definitely now. Why you're still there?
I'm
Yeah,
not
you got.
shot. Okay, I think we've established that. I don't really. I thought I was safe, to be honest. I thought I was still partially in control.
I think a lesson to be learned is here: when someone changes the behavior of your spell, it's time to bail.
I mean, I was
Because
kind of trying to leave the spell open so that the fishman could make some changes, but
I don't think it has the brains to even do that.
has the brains to dream.
Yeah, I mean, dogs can dream.
True.
That's not staying on my.
Speaking of which, now I kind of want to cast Dream on a dog and see what he dreams about. Just
Probably running after a ball or something.
it might be fun. Who knows?
Probably more fun than what you experience now. Unless
Yes,
there's
very.
unless there's some weird dog god that's like out there to get you as well.
Can that be my
Turns
next
you into.
patron? If I do a Kurama, can
I
it be the dog god?
I will see what I create.
Turned you into a
So
giant
it seems
ball.
like we're dealing here with some underwater. Fuck, who knows?
It seemed mad.
At you or at things?
It was searching and it looked through my memories. Oh yeah, that couldn't really be caught on the illusion. It kept going through my memories and looking at ones of Akuma, and then it paused at one of Goro, Maki, eagle, giant, gold thing.
I mean, okay.
And I think it said something after that. I don't quite remember.
Hey, you
I was in
fucking
sort of a panic. I thought I might be dying.
Well, lesson learned: stay the fuck away from those creatures. Stay the fuck away from the ocean.
Yeah. I do still need to cross it at some point to go handle some other business, but
What other
Um,
business?
well, my fiance's still on an island on the other side.
I mean, I could check if it's still there.
Pretty sure it is.
I mean, I can
The land
double
bridge.
check if it's still there.
I'd be appreciated, but at this point I'd go there anyways, just to
I,
make sure.
I don't know what you messed with. It looked weird.
I mean, all you saw was darkness and some
Yeah.
red curves. I think. I don't think. Even in my major image, I could convey any more details than what I saw with my double natural ones.
did the. I still have that reptilian look to it.
Yeah, because I saw that very clearly, right?
What?
The reptilian eyes staring at me.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yep.
Yep.
Kind of couldn't miss it.
Yeah, that
You know,
was I was pulled directly up to it and then popped like a pimple. Just I think I picked the wrong person to be in the dreams of at the wrong time. Wrong place, wrong time, just not good. I think if
I
I'd
guess
have
you.
just been in my own dream it would have been fine, but they took
You never
something
know.
from
You might have got popped in your own dream, and that would have been really bad.
yeah,
that would be a nightmare.
I'm going to try to go to sleep.
I mean, if you want, I can
No.
remove this. I mean, if you really want to, I could remove the memory from your brain if you really don't
That
want to
would be
remember this.
appreciated. Actually, that would be very appreciated because this is. I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep ever again as long as this exists in my memory.
I'll just put it in the category like she
I
just
do
writes.
not resist at all. Take
I-
me,
I-
Kill
I
me.
just say that she's like.
Alec is like next to you, like counterspell, counterspell, counterspell,
I can't
counterspell.
spell.
You
I can't spell. I can't spell.
Counterspell.
I will cast modify memory and I will just erase this period to like him. Like I will replace the memory with, instead of like a scary memory, I will replace with an embarrassing memory of him pissing himself casting the dream spell.
Wow.
Just for because I hear him say counter spell in my eye. I say to him, I say to him, and then I say like, watch this, and I like prestidigitate his pants to be wet, and I say, watch this, and then I change the memory to that, and then I just break the spell.
As soon as I come out, I cast prestidigitation myself and attempt to play it off like I didn't pee my pants.
Alec
Well,
is
what are
just
we all standing here gallivanting around? We have some work to do. I think I'm going to go retire for the evening. These fishmen, I don't think they want to go home. I think they just want to eat. Like, you still left part of the dream in, right? You
Yeah, like
erased
just like
the scary
the
part?
initial part, just like remove the scary parts, but the initial
I
part.
think they're just hungry. I don't think they really wanted to go home. I'm going to go to sleep because I've tried everything I can. Let me know if that head tells anything. I think you can't do that till tomorrow still, but I'm tired and I've tried my best and yeah.
Alec is just like, well, don't fall into any water. That was good. That I needed that. I won't lie, I needed that.
Oh,
It
sleep
wasn't
well,
water,
so.
it was pee, and I walk away. So
Sleep well.
tired to figure out what he was saying.
Very well.
Sleep well, Zoe. Don't pee yourself again.
I'll try not to as I trip down the stairs.
So, is there anything anybody else is doing within this day?
I'm just gonna message Sona at some point. Zoe's an idiot and
Watch
doesn't know how
she's now
spells
asleep
work.
and you wake
Yeah.
up again.
If you stayed up late, why did you stay up late?
You
Sorry
get
if I woke you up.
you get kind of like, because you're doing this. Will you have done that earlier or after Zoe?
After Zoe, after no, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't mention the Sona thing until you came up, I don't think.
When did he mention it to me? Like earlier.
It was early. It was early.
I think I would have done it randomly at some point. I think like a bit. So maybe she would have just gone to sleep or something like that. I
Okay.
think I would have done it. I just got to remember that the
you
dream
really
takes
want
this
it to
long.
be once she's asleep that she receives this, because that's always the best timing for Sona.
Yeah, I mean, she might
you-
have gone just to sleep.
as you're messaging her, and again, kind of like before the Zoe event, it goes through and you get back.
Yeah.
Look, it's been a long night. I am taking back a lot of people that were captured to Frupolis, and I found Teller.
There's like jaw like, huh? Motherfucker's still alive. I think like during this time, I think probably Arisa would have like shuffled over to Tay and just like, hey Tay, so I just messaged Sona, and it seems Teller's still alive. That fucking motherfucker's tough.
He carried Onis into a town almost.
I mean,
Yeah.
they have
He's
this
done some-
expression in we have this expression in like the capital where it's like weeds don't die. Do you have that in
Saying
Goblin
we?
speak as well? Yeah, I mean, it's more like figure of speech where it's like certain things just refuse to die, and it seems like he refuses to die.
So, I mean, he's like the armless and legless goblin that refuses to die or
He's but a flesh.
drown.
something like that. Anyway, and then at this point, fucking what's his face? And then, like a bit later, he comes jumping and back to normal pace again.
Okay, so anything else anybody wanting to do?
No, now I use my spell to cast Modify Memory, so I can't cast Scrying on the land, and I'll do that another day.
Sorry.
No, it's not sorry. It's like it's funny.
Okay.
I made you pee your pants.
Hey, listen, I don't think Zoe would have slept ever again if not for that modify memory, so I think it's necessary. Okay.
Like
Alright.
Arisa just wrote it down on like little piece of paper what happened. It's just like fuck. And then just
Can I try and see if I can get in contact with Aelor? Oh.
First off, how do you do it?
naked.
How are you going to go about this?
What I have. Part of me wants to just do like a blood circle and be like,
But that's not how Malar works. That's literally
no,
it's not
no,
a fucking underworld god.
Okay. You
no. I'll go do a little circle of water, like driplets of circle or whatever. and put
driplets of
some-
water. Okay.
And then put the chicken leg bone or the goat leg bones in the middle of it.
Are you performing the Black Sacrament to summon the Dark Brotherhood from Skyrim?
I know, but this is like Goblin Brain. It's like I make circle.
Mother.
I've seen Arisa make circles with magic shit, and I'm gonna make my own water circle and then put bones in the middle.
Okay.
It's the Skyrim thing where like they're trying to summon the Dark Brotherhood. They're like, mother, hear my call, or something, as they're stabbing a dagger into the floor repeatedly.
And then I'm gonna one piece of candy on top of the.
For Santa.
Yeah. I don't. I'm just gonna stand there and just look at it, just be like, well,
Just
I mean,
go ahead and make a religion check.
With advantage, because it's great. No.
I don't know if I want to give it advantage or disadvantage. Hold on. Okay. Tay. High or low?
hi.
Son of a bitch. Alright, take advantage.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Radar proofs. Gonna roll 2 net once now.
Yep.
14.
Eh.
Okay. Where do you go to perform this?
Hmm. Let's go with the crow's nest.
So you carry like a little I would say you fill up kind of like a flask of water, so you go up there and kind of do your little ritual, and you try to sit there and focus and concentrate. um, as you kind of feeling like the movement of the wave, and you're just trying to concentrate and feel like in sync with everything. Uh, as you open your eyes, you're still in the crow's nest, right? And so you kind of pop up because you feel like nothing has worked. Oh no. You notice like heavy fog all around you, and you feel this sensation kind of like before with other uh, environments. So it feels like it's just matching an environment, but you still kind of feel like that same presence.
Uh, Baylor, uh, I guess I got two things to ask you. The first thing is I I do hope that Akuma was able to pass on fully. And then the second thing was, do you know anything of a giant reptilian red eye?
One's like a decent like, oh please tell me like this person made it. The next one is like, so about this thing. Uh,
I gotta have my priorities set. I
uh,
mean,
I'm not saying anything. Uh, let's see. Let's see.
I'll describe it as well as Zoe has
Make
described it.
a make make 2 persuasion checks.
Okay.
The first one would be the first question, and the second one should be the second question.
First question. 6. Second one. 9.
69!
Uh, as you are asking this, and you kind of put a pause and ask the second one, and you're kind of hoping for a response, um, you're not getting anything back.
Was it my fault that the captain and
I think you cut out near the end part.
no? Was it my fault that the captain and Akuma died?
Make one more persuasion check.
I wish it was perception. That's a +5.
Oh, that'd be too easy.
18.
As you are trying, it's almost like this one is coming more from the heart that you're asking, hoping that you're not necessarily the cause of this, that you didn't like lead this all to happen. You feel kind of like the air does get warm to you, and it's kind of like a comfort warmness. Um, you don't hear anything, but it's just it's kind of like an I'm sorry, but no, you didn't cause this. And as you feel that warmness slowly kind of leave off of you, it's like you kind of start to rub your eyes. Like it feels like water's kind of gotten into them a little bit. And as you open your eyes, both your eyesight and your vision come in at once, as you can see the natural layout of where you are.
So, guess this is what I need to call upon him. Water, goat leg bones, and candy. Right, go tell Marissa what he told me. And what I need for now on to contact him. I'm not gonna take the goat legs. I'm just gonna leave them on the crow's nest. So whoever happens to walk on there that sends them.
I
Ah!
almost would not expect anything else. So I'll say you have told Arissa this, and anything else anybody wanting to do?
I'm asleep and don't remember what happened, so I don't know if I have dreams about it or not since I don't remember it.
We'll get to that.
Oh! Oh!
Um.
I mean, I tried, right?
Yeah.
So if nobody is doing anything else, Zoe, I need you to go ahead and make another wisdom saving throw.
Advantage. 21. I can roll well on saves. Checks
can.
I suck, but saves I've
Um,
rolled well the full campaign.
You as you're sitting there, you in this dream of yours, kind of just about like recent events, and you feel as though everything stops. And then people slowly turn to look at you and start laughing at you.
I peed my pants again.
You peed your pants again.
No!
But you will eventually wake up after your long sleep of no threat yet.
Great.
So, we all will wake up.
Did I actually pee my pants in my sleep? I'll roll a con save. Is this going to be an issue for the rest of my life now?
Like that.
9.
If
Is a 9 bad enough, DM?
if I roll above a 9, I'll say it happened. And this is just something that haunts you.
Come on.
Ah, a 4.
Oh, nope.
Unlucky.
Zoe's fine. Just one bad experience. Doesn't have to rule the rest of his life. He does wake up and like pat himself to check and make sure it's not wet though. And then immediately goes up above deck to pee into the ocean.
So
How parasites get in there?
as we all wake up on the 16th,
Well, I would have woken up at the night time.
yeah, that's fine. This is just more of the trying to get everybody in a little bit more of an order. So the way it's going to work now is the best that this day or that the ship crew can do is just 2 to 2. So
Probably Zoe and Alec and Orisa and Tay, or Orisa and Alec and Tay and Zoe. Who has dark
mm-hmm.
vision?
Everyone apart from me.
Oh, Tay and Zoe, and then Orisa and Alec. Sounds good
Yep.
to me.
Yeah. You guys will be on morning shift. We'll be on night shift.
So it's an even 4-4. So kind of trying to get everybody in this little sleep cycle. So as we try to progress on the daytime, let's see. Orisa, go ahead and roll a d20 for me.
3.
Okay, as I just want to see something. Cool. Okay. The weather does seem to kind of be giving you guys a good push. Is there anything that you're wanting that possibly add to help, or just allow the ship to go as it does?
Fireball.
Let's see. I mean, I suppose I could use the harness we had and swim as a like try to pull the ship a bit
Okay.
as a killer whale for what is it? How many hours can I do it?
I think it was like 6 hours.
5.
Oh, 5.
6 if I want to use my 5th, but I want to use my 5th for something else.
Okay, so I'll give you one more hex. How about that? Okay.
I'll scry. I'll scry on the before I go to sleep. I'll scry on the little lantern location where I know it is, like where I know it was, like the what is it? The chair with the dude sitting on it, where like Ori found the orb originally.
You as you scry on that location, go ahead and make a Arcana check.
Sure. You know what? Fuck it. I have my 2 18s. I'm gonna fucking burn one of them. That's a 27.
Okay. As you try to go and focus on this, there's like a weird interference a little bit, but it manages to go through, and you can see. Go ahead and make a perception check with your scrying.
I'm gonna use my other 18. 18.
Okay. You can see as though it looks like it's kind of fallen just a little bit from where the chair is sitting.
Mm.
You don't really the angle is more of like you're kind of seeing the back end of the chair, but you can see what looks like to appear to still be like gold everywhere. You don't exactly you don't your vision doesn't like incorporate the entire room, but it you can still see that there is money or types of valuables.
What is the lantern there?
Yeah, you easily see a tipped over lantern that is slowly shifting colors.
Good. I look at it and I go like, oh, that's a lot of fucking money. But good.
And it's all those after this, buddy. It's all those.
I don't care. As we change shift, I just look at Zoe and I say like, well, your lantern is still there. It's fallen over, but still there, shifting colors.
Was it not fallen over before? Like
no, it stood up. But I assume when he turned into a dragon, she might have.
I was gonna say, does that indicate that there could be something there that could kill me? Or
no, I think no, I didn't see anything. I mean, there still could be something that would kill you.
There that could kill me. I'm fine. I'll just do what I did this time and just turn invisible and fly around and.
Yourself?
Yeah, and then there's this creature with red eyes that can see through invisibility and eats your soul and everything.
What?
What?
Red eyes?
Never mind. That's a little thing.
What's the
Just walks away.
What?
So as the crew change,
I don't know what you're talking about.
who's on night shift again?
Zoe and Tay.
Okay.
I will give Tay advantage by just helping her to concentrate on the sea, I guess. I have a -1.
It is definitely different. I'm going to say that the ship kind of goes a little bit slower, trying to now have somebody else who wasn't typically job it was to try to navigate at night. Now having to learn and to understand this and how to do it as well. So you're not going to get too far, but it's still moving. So, uh, is are y'all two wanting to do anything?
Yeah. How are you feeling, Zoe? Haven't really talked to you since the whole attack.
I'm so sorry, Tay. I feel like if I hadn't tried to pry any information from Alec, then none of this would have happened.
If I didn't yell about the creature when I was on the other ship, it wouldn't act so.
I mean, knowing that it was there was probably better than not knowing. What was it doing until you yelled?
Eating a person.
But, like, we couldn't see it, so, like, you yelling did kind of alert us that something was going on. It's probably better that that happened than, per se, you stayed quiet and these creatures snuck onto our ship and started killing us before we even knew they were existing. Like, you probably helped it be that we didn't lose more than just 2 people in this ambush. You were a goblin, right? Goblins are predatory. They like to ambush their prey, right? We don't really have goblins in the airplane. DM?
No.
No. But from what I've heard about goblins, normally they're like predators. They'll ambush their prey, sort of thing. Like, you understand, if you're ambushing, you have a much better chance of getting your prey before they have a chance to react and stop you, right? But
Yeah.
you prevented them from having that by yelling out. I feel like you actually did a really good job in that you found the creatures that were attacking us. Meanwhile, I was just buried under some boxes as a snail, being useless. Was I told that I was a snail?
I think you're.
Yeah.
I'd say somebody would eventually told you.
Okay.
Maybe not a
Probably
snail, but that you were something.
Okay. Well, I was stuck under the box, being useless as some small creature. You were actually sneaking around, finding out what the problem was.
Well, I learned from you.
I'm not exactly the most stealthy person. I don't know what you could have learned from me.
I learned from you to try different things, do different things, take different ways to approach things.
I have the same approach to everything. Sorry to tell you. I was prepared to let all of you die and me hide and get away without any of you. It's sorry to say, but I do that every time we fight. I'm always prepared to run and leave you all to die. It's how I ended up in my lantern for 1,000 years. It's how I plan to try to survive the rest of my life. I'm a cowardly, selfish person. I don't try new things often. That entire fight, I was terrified that I would lose my life, so I was just staying invisible and trying to hide. If I hadn't been, then I might have seen Akuma, and if I hadn't been invisible, maybe I could have dropped into the water and dimension doored her out.
Well, you're not the only one that was selfish early on. just looked at everyone as a shield when I went with them.
Understandable.
Didn't say it out loud, but didn't really look at all of them equally. I mean, Rissa was a different story, but so was Akuma. But most of the others, I just as liabilities, and I didn't. I think besides Arissa and Akuma, you're one of the first friends I've ever had.
I have a faint memory of us hanging out one night and me trying to make like a stage for you to perform on, but I'm not sure why I would do that. I'm not good at that sort of thing. I don't think I am.
Each made a table for me to come up. I don't remember that.
I remember that fine. That I remember doing. I can create a great many things now using shadows and wisps to produce magical objects that'll last temporarily. But I remember a conversation we had about like you performing or something. That's just very hazy to me. I remember we used to take night watches sometimes, and you and Akuma took a lot of night watches. And I know I know when you spend a lot of time with a particular person, for me, Quarry, for you, Akuma, um, you form a bond that you just don't form with other people. A bond that's hard to lose, and one that I've feared for a while that I had lost until it was affirmed that she's still out there. I don't know what condition, I just know she's trapped in a lantern as I was for a millennia. But that small hope I have, and I'm sorry that I was not able to find a small hope for you as well. I tried my best, and I guess all I got out of it was some pee on my pants, which are now brown with some yellow spots. Brown from the blood and yellow from the pee, in case that wasn't.
Yeah, I could tell. I could tell what dry blood is.
Yeah, it's not coming out. I'm trying. It still smells.
Hard to get the smell of blood out. Uh,
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Tay. I really, really wanted to find that thread of hope to give to you. That I just. I'm so sorry. I'll just kind of pat Tay on the shoulder. I'm not a hugger, but if you need one, I'd give you a hug.
do not hug me.
Okay,
I am not a hugger either.
good. I'll just stop patting you at this point. Zoe actually says that out loud.
And you're still patting me.
Oh yes, sorry. Um, I really don't. I don't know what I could do to help you. I don't know if there is anything I could do, but
Lose your help.
when you normally take the second watch at night, I haven't talked to you guys yet about this, but when we get to dry land, when we meet Ore, I've got to do everything I can to get to Quarry. I think you understand in that you know what it feels like to be separated, especially now not to put salt into wounds, but I need to get to her as quickly as I can.
Do you need our help?
I think if I can get, I have a decent amount of money, and if Ore is willing to help, especially since I was sort of the one who put him in contact with Arissa, maybe I can get him to give me some assistance. But I think I can get to the island, get the lamp, and then work from there. But I think you're honestly the person in this group that I'm closest to. Me and Alec have a whole whatever that is, and Arissa and I are sort of colleagues, I guess. But me and you, I would say, are the only ones who are really friends, as far as I go. You're really the only person in this group who I consider to be a friend. And honestly, if the whole world was ending and you guys were the only ones I was with, you would probably be the one who I would grab to Dimension Door out. Like, it would make logical sense to grab Arissa, but you're the only person who I would want to have survive with me. And I think if I do leave to pursue Quarry, maybe I'll try to reach out to you now and then in a dream. How would you like, what sort of a dream would you like me to give you, is basically what I'm trying to ask. I'll give you something nice, something happy, maybe.
You remember that battle we had with Victor?
Yes. Yeah, yes. Wait, with Victor or Dimwick? Dimvic?
Victor.
Victor. Joseph, which one was Victor?
Victor was the guy that you all faced in Courage. He was the one
Okay,
who,
I was getting Dimvic and Victor confused. Okay.
yeah, he was the one who
All
pretty
right.
much just air punched the
Yeah,
shit out of you.
I won that arm wrestling match like a champ. Yeah, I remember Victor. Yeah, sorry. We never did get an arm wrestling match, now that I think about it.
You'll probably win this without.
You up for it, though, at the moment? Maybe get your mind on something a little more cheery? But I could give you that dream. A nice battle, a nice fight to win. Nice, more of a glorious battle rather than a gory one.
I told Akuma that battle when Victor that he died. That's how
I think I understand what you want. Then
you want to go somewhere nice in the dream, we can do that too. I don't mind.
you want me to remake that picnic? That little tent with the somewhat bland food in it? Up there on the high mountain in the cold? You and Akuma sitting alone?
Not right now.
Maybe down the line?
Maybe for now, just something with just you and me. I guess.
Maybe I'll show you some visions of my home. We can walk around in my memories of the airplane as best as I can remember. Maybe see some snakes on the airplane. But yeah, just lighter things. I mean, we still have maybe a week before that time comes, but I just thought with you being really the closest thing to a friend I have in this group, you should be the first one to know that I'm probably going to use every bit of energy I have to go after Quarry once we get back to land.
Alright.
You up for that arm wrestling match real quick?
Sure.
As you guys go to, in a sense, to start to prepare to kind of moving a little table over and trying to find a good way to get into it, we're going to take a break. So, we'll be right back. Please go grab a drink, something to eat, uh, and we'll be right back. Yeah. Okay. So, we'll catch you in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you have your drink. I got water. Take a water break. Hey, all right,
Oh,
we're good.
well, it's not water. That's not water.
That's water.
I have a cup of water, but it's currently out of my reach.
So we will jump right back into this. We ain't going to know who won.
Hmm.
Everyone.
I'm
Um,
just going to say, even if I do seem to be winning, I'm going to attempt to throw it, which is probably not a wise idea with a grieving Tay, but I think I can roll high enough on deception.
okay. So
So
Could I
I
rage while I'm doing this?
I would have
you would have.
I would have said you would have. Um, so we're gonna wake up on the 17th. Um, anything that you are doing, Arissa?
Same shit. Go fast.
I
Just want to
think
get
so
out
to
of the
win.
water.
Okay, that is fair enough.
Moving faster than the speed of sound.
Um, uh, anything you're wanting to do? Cool. All right. As it shifts into night, um, anything that y'all two wanting to do?
So, you were talking yesterday about how we can go see your home. Could we go see mine as well? Or no?
If you have memories of it, I believe I could let you shape it to be yours in a dream.
Well, I could show you some of the what my life was like for the others.
I have some fuzzy bits to my life before, but I remember like the city I grew up in and the palace that the palace that I hung out in. Not sure why I was there actually. I just kind of was. Hmm. But I could show you those things. Why was I there?
It's you had to do, or was it you said?
I I was some sort of servant, I think, maybe. I served somehow. I'm not sure how, but it's the same reason I'm down here because I'm a servant, right? That makes sense. I served somehow.
You had your
Like I was
disguise when we first met, when you were that
I
dwarf.
I was a dwarf. I remember the time I spent down here. I remember being a dwarf, hanging out around the city, uh, trying to find out where the jewel was, or where this artifact I was sent here for was, but I don't I don't remember why, like the reason that I was picked and not someone else to do that. Does that make sense? Like I understand why I was sent down here. I don't understand why it was me and not per se one of my siblings who probably would have been better, or my parents who would have been more experienced, maybe? I don't know. It
Maybe,
just doesn't.
maybe it's because you were young enough to be influenced.
Disposable, that's a good point. I was disposable. I didn't have a role to play in the castle, the not castle, palace. That makes sense. I was a servant who was disposable. I guess that would make sense why I was down here.
Okay. Oh, I mean, sometimes you gotta sacrifice weaker things to get what you
No,
want.
I apparently wasn't good enough to find it before everything went topsy-turvy for the Fault Empire, so maybe they
Well,
should
you
have
are
picked a
now.
stronger link. Yeah, now the orb's returned, but I I didn't do it on my own. I don't know why I was picked to come down on my own.
Well, now you can go into people's heads.
True. Speaking of which, is there anyone whose head you'd like to go into? I can also send you into someone else's. Any friends you have that you'd like to talk to or anything?
I think. I think you're the only friend I have.
Well,
Just Chris is more kind of like how she is with her siblings, in a way. Making sure.
Rissa's. I view Rissa more like a boss personally, like a superior officer sort of a situation.
Why
Alec, I
you two?
view as I view Alec as my arch rival, someone not to be trifled with.
Yeah, it seems like it. You two always go back and forth with each other.
The potato dreams will probably continue, but be lessened from now on. I did have one really big one planned that I never got to use yet.
Oh, what was it?
Oh, Alec was going to wake up here on the ship from just on his little like swinging cot, whatever you hammock. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with words at the moment, but probably still just all the stress of um, but yeah. And then he was going to wake up. There'd be a table with a glass of water. I would try to make him be a little thirsty so that he'd go over and drink the water. And as he reached down to grab the water, his hand would be a potato. And if he panicked and tried to grab any of the other members of our party to try and rouse them from their slumber or anything, if he took them, they would turn towards him and their face would be a potato. And then if he tried to run back up above the ship in a panic to get away from the potato people who were now looking at him, he would see that the moon in the sky was a potato. And as he looked up at the moon, he would look around at the ocean and see that he's in a sea of potatoes, and the ship itself had turned into one giant potato, and he himself had also become a potato.
That sounds like a rhyming nightmare.
I mean, you can't really rhyme potato with potato. That's not necessarily a rhyme. That's just kind of.
So,
Well, I mean, you could also use this as a dream where like everything he touches turns into a potato.
Like a Midas touch of potatoes.
oh god.
Yeah.
Alec is in his home. He wakens. He goes to touch his family, his house. I don't know what Alec. I don't think I've had that many conversations with Alec actually. Now that I think about it, maybe I should. Maybe we'd have a more friendly relationship than
I'm
what we
gonna
currently
push this to day 18 now.
do. Okay.
Oh my gosh. I don't know where to take that. I really don't.
And transition.
At one point in the future, Alec's just going to have that potato nightmare, and as soon as Alex starts telling the group about it, Tay's just going to burst out laughing, knowing who it was.
So,
There's only one
Could
person
probably know.
anyway, so.
Yeah.
you guys
There's
have
only one person that knows about my potato hatred.
gotten a lot closer now. You can tell the water has slowly shifted to a more not of a darkish blue deep sea, but just more of not shallow. I can't think of just lighter terms of watercolor. You can see um, that it's probably a couple of miles, like a good couple of miles to land, but you know that you guys are going to try to push a little bit further south. Um, so let me check something. So if you guys want to land here, you could pretty much be on land by uh, the next day. So one more day at sea, and then as like you guys are like waking up, you're docking or attempting to dock, or if you guys want to push for like half a day, then
That's
you
if
could
we aim for.
a
I
half
think
a
that'd
day.
be a better spot.
Half a day would be like here. This is kind of pushing the elevation.
Okay.
But
That'd be a better.
if you guys just want to just be on land, uh, you could get there within one more day. So
think
a
that'd be a better
day
spot.
or a day and a half. It's up to you guys.
Here, we can do the day ik het tussendoor laten.
Ah.
Let's get the hell out of the water.
So
Ah.
of one more day's travel, is anybody doing anything, day or night?
Not
Tay and Zoe probably just have another conversation. Zoe asks Tay, Tay, I grew up with a mother, a father, and siblings who didn't let me get involved. What was your family like?
My family. Really half.
Yeah, both of our memories are corrupted about this, Joseph. This is your fault,
Mhm.
sir.
That's why that's completely why I made the gestures. Like, there's nothing there anymore.
I can't help that.
I didn't really have family. I mean, usually we're just my birth parents. I didn't really know them.
Just want to point this
I
out.
only
You guys chose to lose that
I
memory.
know. I mean, Zoe only really has two things that he values, and I chose what was probably the better option out of the two.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying you guys chose family.
I I yeah.
If I'm pretty much all three of you, including Akuma, chose family, and Arissa's the only one who chose something totally different.
Marissa's like, I don't want to care about the war anymore.
It's like I lose my war memories. You're like family. Like, bad deal, boys. Get the
What
fuck
war
out of here.
memories for Zoe? Zoe came into this after everything was wrecked.
Oh my
Mhm.
gosh,
Yeah.
that's too much. Okay, sorry. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
I I only had the shaman and what we believed in, and ambushing caravans, killing the people and taking their cattle and using their cattle for our means, and then disposing of the cattle later. We believed everything that he's told us. He was our god for the longest time.
The shaman sounds like a very bad person. Um, would would you like me to send you into his dreams to give him a nightmare?
I, I haven't thought of him in a while. Marissa's over that.
Larissa's over it, but are you?
I have. I've been. My mind hasn't been on. That's what has happened. I've tried to move forward. Mailer's helped me.
Malar is who exactly? I don't think I've been told.
It's
Yeah.
yeah. Yes, flying voice in the sky. Has he been told?
I don't think anyone's really mentioned Malar existing to Zoe, and I don't think he'd be familiar with the god of the hunt. I can roll you a religion check if you want. It's gonna be bad.
I would
I
say
guarantee
either religion or history.
it
They're
doesn't
the
matter.
same.
They're either way it'll be bad.
Let's see
6.
Uh, you you don't know much about the gods. Your
I know about genies and
your deity, you know that there is such a thing, but it wasn't something that you cared about as you had your own. In a
our
sense, your
deities lived on the plane that we existed on.
yeah.
We served them directly. Like
Um.
it was
So this is it's like they're like well yeah there is gods. Um. You just don't know any of them.
if you want to roll.
Malar helped you? He's
He's
Malar?
the god of the hunt.
Is he real? Have you met
Yeah,
him?
yeah.
Oh. So he is real because you've met him, like. Because I've never really met a. I don't know how to word this, but I've only ever met deities who were real. Like, does that make
Well,
sense?
he was the one that helped me get be green again, I guess.
Oh, yes, because you were weirdish grayish blue for a long time, and then you just turned green.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of like when you met her, she was that color.
I believe so, yes.
So
Because I believe the whole turning collars thing happened before they made it all the way up to the north.
the turning color kind of happened in the mist of the north.
Yeah, but I mean before they came back down, and then Zoe appeared, and yeah.
Yeah.
So the whole time I knew you were blue, and then all of a sudden you turned. I just assumed goblins were blue, to be honest, because I've never seen a goblin until I came here. And I mean, in my experience, a lot of things are blue. Where I come from, I'd
Well,
say a majority of things.
I was some thing or what it was taking advantage of my hatred and my rage towards the shaman and using it against me. Eventually, I think it's what made me not this color, but the color that you knew me for. I run into him, I do want to take him out, but I just
Do you want to send him a message of any kind? If not, I don't. Excuse me for Please excuse me for pushing. I was just trying to let you know that there is an option as long as I'm still here to pry into his dreams and give him a frightful visage.
we can if you want.
It's up to you.
Curious, curious what he dreams about.
You could also just appear and manipulate his dreams without actually causing him a nightmare.
Sure, let's try it.
I will cast Dream and allow Tay to pick the target and control the dream.
The shaman.
You feel a connection, but there is no perch. There's you feel it connect to the target you're looking for, but there's nothing to control.
Like he doesn't have a brain anymore? Or doesn't dream anymore?
You don't know?
That's never happened before.
Oh, you
You
did
want to
make this
turn
fable.
Alex dreams and give him some potato nightmares yourself? I find that makes me a little bit happy. Or anyone else you want to give some playful nightmares? Maybe someone who might be scared of chocolate? Or who you could try to make scared of chocolate?
Okay.
I put Tay into Alistar's dream.
Oh boy. As
Alistair doesn't dream, she's a full elf.
Oh yeah, darn it. So it basically does the same thing. She's meditating.
Wait.
it just this is weirder. It's different from what your previous did.
She just fully conscious as Tay appears, and it's just like, bye, Tay.
It's like a split second. You get to like pop in, and she's like, "Oh, hi!" Pop out. Well, bye, you dick. So,
He was on his sleep.
Oh, I forgot she was an elf. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired.
I
Uh,
forgot
Boss
to.
shift.
we will go ahead and move on to day 19.
Let me wake up Orissa. Thunderclap.
Rise and shine!
Lightning bolt.
Ah! Counterspell.
Counterspell.
I can't counterspell a second time.
So as you guys are kind of woken, and I'll say, for Tay and Zoe, you guys kind of like tried to go to bed early. Like, it's kind of like you were up for a little bit because you guys were kind of coasting the shore, and so like you were told like we should be possibly at the location to drop you guys off within a couple of hours if you want to try to get some sleep. So this way, I'll say kind of like during this day, you guys at some point feel just exhausted, tired, but not enough to do anything. But nevertheless, as we wake up on, day 19, you guys are kind of docked in this little alcove of the land that's kind of there, and you can see a little bit of it is like slowly just kind of going on a incline. But as the Captain Lowe, who's kind of seeing you all guys off, and it's just, well, I would like to say it was pleasant, but hopefully you can find some sort of solace in your journeys again.
You as
Sail
well.
safely. May the winds be with you.
I think it looks like a lot of our fleet pretty much went back north, so we're probably going to stick close to the coast just in case, but hopefully we
think-
can.
Weren't we told there's some sort of goblin outpost in the top corner? Maybe go out a little when you get to that portion. Just in case.
If you guys are like looking at the map, imagine like as you look at the shoreline as it gets like up here, as it gets like, let me actually do this. As
I
it
think we
gets
were told
close,
there's like a goblin post like right here.
it's not right there. It's just
Right.
as this is getting closer, this is just like an incline as well. So this is like a giant cliff.
Oh, it's just a cliff. Okay.
Yeah, so all of
I mean,
this
if
is like
you're
a
up
giant.
on the cliff, you can fire arrows down. Like
True, but the encampment you guys were told was somewhere like in that area.
I thought it was over here.
No.
I had misunderstood. That's on me.
It
Sorry,
is.
Captain Lowe.
It's like, I know there's no encampment. But anyways, but safe travel to you all, and at least thank you for helping us get out of that. So,
As they say on the airplane, may the wind be with you.
Thanks. May the wind guide your sails.
Although you're not sailing on wind, so I don't know if that works the same way.
But we need wind to
Yes,
sail. So
they are.
But
Hmm.
like, they're sailing on water. In the airplane, you just kind of sail on the. Never mind.
he kind of just like, get off
Ships
my
float
ship.
in the air.
No,
There's
no,
no
no.
Get on my boat.
Just get off. Get off.
Get
Get
on
off.
the boat.
If it wasn't for you
Huh?
guys, we wouldn't have been in that situation. Get the fuck off. All right, so
We get
you
the fuck
guys,
off.
they kind of, give you this little paddle boat, and they guide you out there. And as you guys depart,
Bro,
kind of
bro.
tip their hats back to you guys as they sail back to their boat and slowly get it to turn and drift off. But for a good
I love
little
the goat.
familiarity, you guys are back on
I
the
pooped on
continent.
their poop deck.
I left the goat leg bones there too.
Oh,
They still have
Suck
yet to
them.
find it because they're too short-handed to have somebody climb all the way up there.
Someone's gonna climb up there and they're just gonna be like, "Oh my god, who put these up here?"
It's either that or a bird might take it. You never know.
They're just
Big
gonna
ass
have a
fucking
bunch
bird.
of seagulls flocking the top of their crow's nest. And they're just gonna be like,
I'm not cleaning
Why?
that. I'm not gonna go out there and
it's
clean that.
covered in bones and seagull poop.
But yeah,
They don't want to eat bones. They're
You-
not-
you guys can see kind of north of you. While it's still a distance away, you can see outlining of the acid falls. But you guys know you have a journey to go to Fropolis.
Well, get in your
Fair
lantern. It's
enough.
time to it's time to get in your lantern. We're going.
All right. Is there anything I should bring out of my lantern when I come out, or does anyone
No.
have any valuables they want kept in the lantern for safekeeping as we travel?
Hang on, let me check. Nope.
All right. I mean, I could bring out. I'm probably going to do this anyways. I have a spare change of clothes in there that I'm going to switch to, because this is putrid, and as soon as I come back out, I want to burn this.
And you can burn it now.
You know what? I'll disguise self so it still looks like I'm clothed. I drop my drawers. I hand them to Arissa. It still looks like I'm clothed. And
The
then I go in my
spell.
lantern.
I'm so tempted to cast dispel magic. So
Um,
tempted.
For
Do
SAOG,
it.
Marissa, make a Constitution saving throw with
Okay.
advantage. It is
Then.
still
Hmm?
freaking smell like the bottom of that shit.
Oh my god.
I've just
I
been
just
walking around with that for 4 days.
I just
Keep that in
like
mind.
literally like at the moment the smell reaches her nose, she like throws it out like mid air. Burns the shit out of it.
Didn't smell that
It
bad.
didn't take much convincing to get me to take those off before going in the lantern. I'll just say. I was
It
ready.
didn't smell. It didn't smell that bad. I don't know what you guys
I
are
will
complaining
remove
about.
my second set of clothes from my inventory.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll just
I'll say
go.
I'm making sure like I separated the clothing part from the leather armor part as
Mhm.
well.
It was kind of hard, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was that smell anyway? It didn't smell that bad.
Mm.
Because I was wearing leather armor mixed with common clothes, but now I'm wearing fine clothes mixed with leather armor. So
Wow, look at you, Mr. Big Shot.
I'm in the lantern, you don't know. I changed clothes in the lantern.
So,
We
Eagle
can
time.
fly for 6 hours. We can fly for 6 hours.
Okay.
Wouldn't you know that's just how long the lantern lasts?
I believe
I don't know, it
that
lasted 8
is-
hours.
Nope, not yet.
So I believe that is 5.
Actually,
I'd
it
say?
is 8 hours now because it's proficiency.
Then we
bonus.
can walk the rest of the time.
Yeah.
So you guys gonna fly up? I'll say it's about
Well-
one of those 3.
Can't see
Well-
shit because there's a fucking text on there.
Yeah.
And I guess then we'll walk
Closer
towards
to the
the
shore
road.
or closer to land?
Closer to the shore.
Further inland.
Probably
Sure.
inland. And we'll walk on. We'll walk up towards the road at that point. I mean, we still have we still have like 2 hours to go before we have to actually sleep,
Okay. So
or like a few hours.
as you guys traveling uphill, there is it's kind of nice just at least being able to fly over this type of land. You guys, in a sense, you have but haven't been over this type of the land near Fupolis. There is tons of hills. It is a rolling hill incline as it goes up and higher and higher. You can start to slowly taste like the saltiness in the air as water when it hits these cliff sides and kind of starts to come up more and more. And to give even perspective, like imagine a storm that was over the sea, like let's say right under Fupolis. If it hits, it's not even tall enough to get it to hit land. So it really is just a storm that crashes into the mountain. But a lot of this salty like air, the kind of also creates a lot of rain, salty-ish like rain. But in a weird way, it kind of helps fertilize this type of areas, and you could probably see why
Rain
this
is not salty. Rain stays. Salt stays.
Yeah,
Water
salt stays
evaporates.
in the ocean as the water evaporates.
Look, I don't
Mm.
care. I want to do it this way.
The
The
spray of
mountain's
the
called-
ocean, however, could be salty.
So,
The water
It doesn't
that
be
gets
that
kicked
high.
up by the waves and then the wind might blow it, that can be salty.
okay, look.
Are the mountains the Misty Mountains?
This particular area is the most saltiest shit you guys have ever tasted.
The Romans
the-
came through and salted the earth so that nothing could grow there again, like
It's
Carthage.
that one spot.
That we're at now.
But then when you guys walk out of that, everything is the way it should be. Bunch of dicks.
My lips feel
Mhm.
dry. Like I've just eaten a lot of salty food. I really need a drink.
Mm.
Okay.
Oh wait, I still have a few of these, and I
Hey,
crack
if
open.
we rest
glass
for an hour, we
of
can
those.
fly another. If we rest for a short rest, we can fly another hour.
Would
I
another
think we-
hour get us there?
I mean, it would get us like, very close at least.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
I can't go back in the lantern again until tomorrow. So
Guess you just have to hang on.
Well,
you could always hold me and Alec in one of your feet, and then take and just cling onto your back.
It's probably easy to hold Tay and you in my feet because Alec is actually big and armored.
Alec's heavily armored. That's a good point.
Yeah, it's just easier to carry your dangly shape in my talon.
I can
Anyway.
make it look smaller. It might be harder to hold me if I look smaller than I actually am, though. Probably shouldn't do that.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I am wearing fine clothes now.
Very good.
I'll say, keeping
you
in
gonna get
mind,
blood
you
on
guys
those too?
are moved up a little bit closer. So, as you guys preparing for night, anybody doing?
I mean, now it's dome time again.
Same dome
Even though
time,
this
same
area
dome
is
place.
relatively safe, it's relatively safe. So
Never know.
Never know. We could get attacked by some pissed off dwarfs. I mean,
that shit. Anyway, that's all I do.
All right.
Then I
So,
go to-
we'll move on to day 20. Um, in a sense, I would assume you guys are flying. So,
mhm.
How long do we need to fly?
do what?
So how long do we need to fly so I know how many spells to burn?
I'd say probably just one spell.
I'll say one with the an extended spell slot or the extended sorcery. I say that could get you there. Because again, you guys moved up a little bit closer as well. So,
Oh,
okay. So you guys have made it to. It's almost. It's getting close to just midday, and you guys are landed right on the outskirts, like half a football field from the city entrance.
what's a football field?
I'm
50
just gonna.
feet, 50 yards.
Fuck you, America. Fuck you, America's measurements. I'd have no clue how long a football field is, but
It's approximately 100 meters because a yard is approximately a meter and a football field
okay, there
is
you go.
100 yards.
Is it a yard like? Never mind.
It's like
I don't.
9 or
I mean,
0.9
the American,
something.
the imperial
meters.
system is just like someone who was drunk and is like, instead of using normal measurements, we're gonna use some random made up
That
numbers.
drunk person was the British Empire. So
Yeah, but yeah, exactly.
Oh my god.
Point.
Okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna message Ore and I say like, guess who's home?
Guess who's back?
As we're walking like into town.
Are you guys back in Fupolas?
You don't say anything else. I don't send another message.
Okay.
I guess we just walk into town.
As you guys though do walk into town, you notice
it.
instantly that there is I'm trying to think of what I'm about to say and trying not to sneeze at the same time.
Wow.
Gotta hit him with that JoJo pose too as we walk into town.
What with from the bottom, like, oh.
Yeah. You guys notice a lot of think of I don't want to say like homeless people.
Refugees is the word.
Refugees. There we go.
There we go.
Didn't want to
I'm-
say
I'm-
homeless
I'm
people.
also gonna send a message to my dad and be like, guess who's made it into town? Me.
You're back at the capital?
No, he's here.
I know. I was just joking. Like he went back.
No, I don't think so. If they did, then that would be fucking hilarious.
That would be so funny. Hey, where are you? In the capital.
Gerard just responds, I'm back at the ruins of our shop. You're back in the capital? Hey, how's it going? Don't know how
I'm
this
honestly
works.
trying to think about this for a second.
Would he go back to check on his shop?
At some
I would have told him. I would have told him at some point that the shop was destroyed. Like, I'm not gonna roleplay everything that there is that does with the messages because it's just-
okay, then
extremely tiring.
if you would explain that to him, then I think they
I
would.
would like she would have definitely done it. It's like, I just don't want to drag on sessions with me sitting there like sending messages to people she knows.
No, that's fine.
Hey, Dad. How you doing? It's just me
Shop's fucking
calling to
wrecked.
check on you.
Okay, then yeah, he would just respond to uh are you back at the capital or did you? I'm still here in Fupolas. If you knew that or not, I didn't leave. And you just hear like
Like,
a
just,
like a little bit of kind of like just lip smacking,
He
and it's
just
just
keeps talking.
but no, yeah, we were, and it's like it already cuts off, but you can tell he is still talking. It's
He has no idea how spells work.
he
No, it's
he
fine.
he
Like the
understands.
old man who's trying to use a phone but
No.
hangs up by accident.
He understands a little because every now and then she does message him, but it's like he every now and then he forgets there's a limit.
Yeah. He accidentally hung up while you were mid conversation.
Like, hey, Dad, how's a beep?
like she,
And then
she just,
immediately tries to call you back, not realizing that
What?
they hung up on you. They blame you for hanging
I
up.
just sent another message to him quickly because I know, like she just says, yeah, we really think, of course. And then like she doesn't explain further. She just like sighs and then ends
It's
it there.
just the rest of it's just a few seconds of sigh. Just
Well, that's great. We're actually we're in the field just trying to farm a little bit to help out, and you can try to come catch us here, and then it kind of ends because. So, as you guys were approaching the city, you can tell, like, kind of like near the entrance of the city, there does appear to be a little bit of farmland. You almost be able to tell as you guys continue going further, like this whole city is surrounded by nothing but farms.
Oh, that's fucking
no
narrows it
wonder.
down. That narrows it
No
down.
wonder. No wonder Teller likes this place.
that
um,
one. I just randomly point.
You guys, as you're
Close.
approaching into the city, like there's not really like a gate or like a giant wall like the capital or uh, Sarika was. Coleridge had kind of more of like a wooden like uh wall. Frupolis just has a fence. It's it's a
How is
fence.
this? How is this city still in one piece?
I mean, that's a long trek. I'm glad we flew, but if I was walking, if I was a member of a marching army, I would tell my captain, I don't want to do it, okay? I'm
You
lazy.
you don't want to do anything.
I know. I don't want
The
to die. I don't
you as you
wanna
guys kind of
walk.
like even flew over the southern rise, you can tell it is an incline. It's hard to really.
I don't think you need much defense up here.
It's I mean, yeah, military equipment would be hard to bring up here.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be like trying to build a wall around an island in the middle of the water. Like,
I mean,
you're
it's
gonna have some
possible.
hard
There
time.
is. I will say this. There is a couple of wooden like towers, kind of sporadically placed out to help keep an eye on things, but that's about defensive that this place gets. But as you guys are approaching as well, you see like what appears to be standing guard either at the like entrance to this like fence, like whatever, or like even in some of the guard post towers. Um, some of them appear to be not necessarily completely dressed up still, but still having some similar clothing to the Thieves Guild.
Yeah, jeez.
That was what Ori was in charge of, right?
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
correct.
Uh,
Correct.
but
Mundo.
you see like you could see their face, their arms, like their parts of their clothing slightly resembles that. I'll say, Arissa, you can definitely pick up on that. You're just used to seeing some of those type of stuff, but they all seem to definitely be more showing like either just basic like leather equipment or like farming like styles of clothing. Um, as you guys kind of get further in, and you can see like uh refugees. Some look like people. Some you're starting to notice that some appear to be like Fallborg.
The fuck.
Which
There's
one's
some people
Tara?
recognize us because we did manage to save quite a decent people that we.
Yeah, is Amir Fadark there, or Eric and Nestorin, or Wade, our carriage driver from all the way back in the beginning, or Nizelle Bonestone, or should I keep
Oh,
going?
is Wade there? I
I
mean,
have a
Wade was a.
list here.
He's been preparing for this moment.
I
I
have.
He
I
has.
bet
He
he has.
has.
Unfortunately, he doesn't know any of them.
I
Is,
don't.
is
But
Wade
they
here?
do. Those two do.
You can make a perception check if you would like to see if Wade is
Does
here.
O see anyone he recognizes from 1,000 years ago?
No. The fact
I
that
don't even get to roll.
there's a city or a town like on top of this plateau.
No, I just casually look
I
around.
didn't
and
even
it's-
know this plateau existed.
I just look around a bit. A bunch of people, whatever.
No,
14?
Wade is not there. You do see Kaiser,
Fucking weird.
who's
Ah.
just kind of like talking to a
I
group
want-
of people, but you see
I don't
him.
want Kaiser.
What Kaiser? Where?
It looks like he's handing out kind of like
Oh,
a little bit
God,
of
he's making us
blankets and like think of like gift baskets in a way to individuals that he is seeing kind of throughout to people that might look like refugees.
I almost said, oh God, he's trying to hand out his religion to people now.
Is he a mission?
Look, Kaiser had a 180 turn, guys. Already's like, all right, we're getting out of Thieves Guild. He's like, I wanted to be a priest my entire life. Thank goodness.
So
I
you go
got
from
this.
you go from bad to worse.
I got this costume
Nobody-
3 years ago for that costume party, and I've been
Like-
wanting to wear this.
I'm
Let's
just
do
joking.
it.
If Frupolis was ever under attack, it was under attack by his constant preaching. All he does is go around to every single person.
Oh my god.
As long as
Was
not,
he
as long as
actually distributing food?
he's not like the European Catholic Church, where it's just a bunch of pedophiles. So.
No,
Oh,
No,
no,
he's-
he's not just in Europe.
no.
Not
Oh.
just Catholic
Okay,
Church
we're
here,
gonna get rid of that.
but-
Okay,
Whoa.
no,
Anyway.
he is not that. He
As
just
he's standing there, I just messaged him like, "Guess who's back?"
you can see it
Like,
like he kind of like pops his head up a little bit and he's like looking around.
I sneak up on him.
I hide behind Alec.
No, because he spots you guys.
Damn it!
I mean, he probably has
He's
a high
not-
perception.
We just rolled bad enough.
He just
I'm
rolled.
terrible.
He
I'm
rolled.
terrible. I'm ter-
He rolled really good.
I'm-
As
I'm
he
ter-
kind of
ter-
like he's turning around, he's like, as he's responding, like,
Oh
what,
yeah.
what do you mean you're? Oh, hey guys!
I hide successfully behind Alec.
Oh
I stay hide
god.
behind me. So just
Uh,
Alec and Zoe.
if you guys are, no, Alec doesn't have a reason to hide. He's just going to
Yeah.
stand there. He's
No,
just.
but
Everyone's
I'm hiding
hiding now.
behind Alec because he's so tall and I'm so short.
You guys are doing
Kaiser
extremely.
turns and just sees Zoe and Alec.
He's just like, as he waits, he's like, is Arissa nearby?
She was, and now she's not.
I just
I
sit there.
guarantee I
I just
can't
sit there.
see her.
Alec is just standing here. It's just like,
Yeah, no, she's gone. She was here.
Alec
Now she's
decided.
gone.
Alec decided to kind of like push you guys back slightly, so when Zoe looks, he's just.
I don't know.
I don't know. They said they were taking a whole nother way, and Kaiser kind of like approaches and he's like, taking another way. Well, you guys didn't travel together? No.
But just
Watch this.
Hey!
I like
Marissa.
how do you call it? What's it called? Subtle cast. I subtle cast dimension door so that we end up behind Kaiser as he's walking forward.
Oh god. So like Alec
So-
is
so
Alec
still-
Marissa.
Alec is pulling
I'm
this
like
off.
walking away looking for them.
Yeah, Zoe's kind of like really trying to figure out where his teammates just went. You guys dimension door on the other side. I'm keeping the same perception. I don't think he would have noticed. And it's just like, why didn't you guys travel together? Like that doesn't make any sense. Look. I'm just telling you what she told me. We were just traveling together, and like it's just a back and forth thing. So Zoe's just out in the distance now.
I was like a mile away at this point, walking full speed, calling out their names back the way we came.
And then I just say like, hey, we're here.
Do I hear them at this point? No.
Because of your natural one, no.
Oh.
You're just
I'm far away.
You-
Walking back the way we came.
here's this. You know you entered into town with them, and
So
then
they've
they
got to be at least inside the gate. So I'll
The-
go back as far as the gate
yeah.
in the fence.
Oh my god.
Kaiser was like kind of turned around and was like, what?
You didn't
I
notice
just, I
us?
just do I just do jazz hands.
We've been here for a while now. How did you not notice us?
I think I need some water, and he just like starts to walk away for a second, and he kind of like goes a couple of feet and picks up a jug, like takes a good drink, and it's like,
Matter of fact, it's Joe.
Alright.
Alec,
I
what did
don't
you do
know.
to Joe?
Alex is just, I don't know.
He's fine. He's probably
He
looking around.
Alex still rolled a really good deception. He is not saying a word.
Yeah, he's fine. Whatever.
I'm gonna
Uh,
approach just a random person on the street and be like, "Have you seen a goblin and a human wizard lady around?"
Are you talking about the ones that you traveled with like 10
Yes.
minutes
Which
ago?
way did they go? Yeah.
That way? And points the back direction you just came from. What?
I'll just turn around and start walking back.
I like that face. It's like
Yeah,
Mhm.
I have horrible insight.
This
So I can't tell if you're lying or being honest.
the
So I'm
person
just going.
the person you asked is like people have been constantly like checking, and he's like, "Oh yeah, it's
Have
over
you seen
here,"
my brother? Have you seen my husband?
and it's like, "Yeah, like over there." Are you sure? Like it's like, why is everybody doing this to me today?
He's like customer service.
He's HR.
But
Yeah.
Kaiser just looks. He's like, well, I'm glad you all made it back. I
Yay,
I
Marissa.
assumed that you delivered the thing you guys left.
Hey, Marissa. So
Oh,
just starting
hang
to
on.
You
get closer.
idiot, we're here. Where the fuck did you
Yeah,
go?
Over
oh, I
here!
see you. Oh, hi. Where'd you go?
Alec is just
Right.
like, oh, so I found them.
I went back to look for them, but I guess they must have circled back around.
I don't know. They're so crafty.
Man,
Yes.
that guy back there, he said you went this way, so I guess you must have like just been ahead of us or behind us or something. I don't know.
Ah,
And
and he kind of
He
just
seemed
put
real annoyed.
Alec just puts your arm, like his arm around you. He's like, it's okay, man. It's okay. Like we'll
I'm
we'll all
not a hugger.
together.
I'm not a hugger.
Just brings you in a little bit stronger. I don't
really
know.
want to thunderstep you
You-
right now, but it's very rude, and I
The-
don't feel like doing that.
The air is slowly not being able to get back in. He's like, it's okay.
So as long as I'm conscious, I have eternal air in my lungs, so it's fine if it can't get back in. 'cause
That's
it
fine.
just keeps coming out, and I can keep talking.
It's okay. It's okay. And he's just bringing you closer and closer, like trying to. But anyways, Kaiser is just like, oh well, did you guys want to go see Ore? I hopefully you got my message right. That he's awake.
yeah, totally.
Okay, cool. I was hoping.
I sent him a message as well that we were showing up, like just before we got into town.
Okay, great. Last time I saw he was still kind of in the rooms that we left him. I think he was trying to do paperwork or stuff like that. Here, come on, and starts trying to lead you guys to him.
Should we find Teller? Or should we split up and or no?
Let's just take it one step at a time.
You guys are
Wait, the Oni carrying guys here?
Apparently. Or it's
How
on
do you
on
know
his
that?
way. On his way. Sona told me.
Jonah told you he was here right now, or?
No, that he was on the way here.
Oh, then how do you know he is here?
I don't know he's here. They assumed he's here.
I don't know.
Why did you assume he was here?
I didn't assume.
I mean, he's old and he wants to get back into town as quickly as possible.
Makes sense. Old people do like to do that, right? They like to stay where it's safe and warm.
I mean, that's why he went out and got himself captured, and God knows
Mhm.
why.
I mean, was he? Why would he get himself captured?
Because he was trying to
That's
save his son
His son?
or
His
grandson or grandson,
Grandson?
grandson. I think.
I wasn't always paying attention, so I don't.
I mean, I was paying attention, but there's been like how long? What the fuck? Like, there's so many things we've done since.
so you guys are led back to It's just like a normal looking building, nothing special about it. As you guys kind of walk back in, you can see that there seems to be like two of the what appears to be like the same guards, the member guilds, and it seems like they're giving a report back to him about something, and he's just, thank you, and you notice like he spots you guys, and he's just, that'll be it. Thank you very much. You can go. And they kind of leave, and takes a breath and looks at you guys and stands up, and he's, Orissa, come here, bring it in. And he
He's
kind
like,
of
"Ah!"
walks around the table and goes to like kind of hug you, and it's just, oh, and you could feel that dragonborn strength as he kind of like lifts you up a little bit and
I think
Place-
our
places you
Like
back
he
down.
was back.
I think her back just popped. I think I heard a pop.
Ah, fuck.
Oh yeah, it definitely popped.
Pain.
And he puts you back down. And he's just, It's good. It's good to see you again.
That hurt.
Hang on.
The looks at Yute and it's just like kind of ruffles your hair a little bit, and he's just, I'm glad to see you still around.
You might bite your hand off.
Then kind of like notices Alec and Zoe, and it's just kind of like, I don't believe we've met.
Kind of met. Me and you were a dragon.
I don't know. I don't remember a lot about that time.
I also helped
it was
Arisa
kind of
get into your
painful.
dreams.
Oh,
also-
okay. Well, he reaches his arm out to you and just, thank you,
Nice
thank you.
to finally meet you. Your hand's a little scaly.
Oray's my name.
Zoe, Onezo is my name.
Onezo. Great to meet you. Alex is just like, I'm Alec. He's
That's
just
Alec.
okay. First,
Don't worry, he's like that with everybody.
Yeah. Where's your other members at?
Well-
You had the.
Chocolate muffin.
Well, I kind of remember Alice. All right, I feel like I kind of owed her.
I mean, she's probably here somewhere.
Is she? No, isn't she around? They weren't like in Zrudil all this time.
Well, I thought she was with Sona, wasn't she? No.
No, they
Never
were like on
mind.
their own.
About
Vos and
Yeah.
Alistair split off.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully they're doing all right. What about
Seems like
your tiefling friend?
yeah, about that. So on our way back from returning the orb, we were ambushed by sea fish snake people, and yeah.
Oh, we still have a head from that, don't we? We never really used that. Just
This
looks
one.
over at Alec who
Oh.
has a head strapped to his hip.
Oh God, no. I think he would have just eventually tossed that over because like you guys didn't do anything with it.
Oh,
I thought they would speak with dead during the day shift, but
It's whatever. It's in past. And yeah, things
Oh.
happened, and
I
you know.
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't
Yeah.
mean to open up
No,
wound.
it was an unfortunate series of events, and
you can see he
it is
kind
what it
of
is.
does like slightly walk away from you guys and kind of like on a why do I forget the name of things? Kind of just on a shelf. You can see like he grabs like a little stick, and you can see it's like he kind of puts it in his mouth for a second. As he pulls it out, you can see like it's sizzling a little bit and getting off that smoke, and he kind of places it on his desk, and he's just yeah, that one's for you, and kind of turns back to face you guys. And it's just, well, I'd like to thank you all. Whew, I kind of don't know what to say. I
Fucked
was
up.
I was in a rough spot. And
we
if
can
it,
tell.
if it really wasn't, well, if it really wasn't for you guys, either saving me from that form or saving me by returning the thing, I'm pretty sure eventually I would have died.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Yeah, probably. Well, now we return it to its rightful place where it was stolen from 1,000 years ago, so that's something, right?
Well, I really hope to not see that thing ever again.
Mm. I really hope so as
Yes.
well.
That sucked. Putting it mildly, that sucked.
Well,
Oh,
I hope you've learned. I hope you've learned your lesson from trying to gain more power than is good for you.
I did. Part of who I was, trying to make a name for myself, trying to make a name for my group. Where I came from, I didn't really have the opportunity to do such a thing. It's why I came here. And let's just say that's no longer a part of who I am. So you don't have no fear that I'm going to go back to that type of living, as I kind of don't think it's possible, but I think from what I've been hearing, I think I might have found maybe a new purpose. Um, trying to
Taxes.
no,
Oh, I just saw the paperwork and thought it was taxes. Sorry,
uh,
not
uh,
the brightest.
no. Trying to help rebuild at the current moment. Uh, from my reports I've gathered, this kingdom is pretty much no longer a kingdom. There is nobody to guard anything. There is no guards.
Checks out.
Yeah.
We were kind of there when all of those guards went.
Oh, yeah.
Or
Attending the giant skeletons?
Luckily, we
Right.
didn't have to deal with any of that here, but we've heard through others about Scone, Coleridge, Zuradel, the capital itself. It didn't sound pleasant.
Well, Scone is a
It
big
wasn't.
acid full of death and decay, so.
Nope, that's
That's what
Rico.
Oh, it's Rico, sorry. Rico is a shit fest right now, so.
Yeah, I've also I've had
Sconie's the one city we haven't been to in this entire game.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we should never go there. It should be specifically avoided.
Hmm?
I
It could be a nice place, but it's a shithole to us.
I typically have Kaiser go and do perimeter checks to make sure whatever is there stays there. So I've been decently told about that. I wouldn't be surprised if some old members of the guild try to go back there and maybe scavenge. We've lost a few who did not like this change that we're going through.
Sucks to suck.
Indeed. And he kind of like gestures like to outside, like do you guys want to go for a walk? It's kind of been in here almost all day for a little bit now.
We've been, sure, we've been outside
Uh,
for the past,
I
but it's
can-
fine.
I can sit down and here. You guys probably have been walking or traveling a distance. Sorry. He goes and like kind of pulls out like a couple of chairs. And he's just, here, have a seat. Have a seat.
I take the biggest chair, and I leave the smallest chair for Alec.
I make sure to sit down as soon as I see Tay sit down.
Alec kind of like stares at you, Tay, for a little bit.
What?
I'm
This
not.
is my chair.
I'm not afraid to sit on you.
I got an axe with your name on it.
Alec,
You do.
Alec, good buddy, and I'll try and person on him again.
Oh my god.
Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, I believe so.
He's really
Yeah.
good at that.
Yeah, last time he failed though on Joseph's roll. 16. That might just be my DC exactly.
No, you're CC 17, I think.
No, it's 16. It's that
It's 16.
exactly.
He passes that.
Good buddy. You know what? Why don't you take my chair and I'll stand up and go sit on the little one.
He's just like he kind of does that little cough, and he's like, "This is what I thought," and goes
Yeah,
and
right.
sits down. And
I know my place.
and okay, yeah. So as he kind of like sits down, you look and you can see like there's a little bit of like kind of like whitish like magic kind of flowing through his fingers a little bit, and it's just like in your direction. It's just like it's a waiting game.
I cast armor and I get this on myself.
Anyway, I think
I
I think we
don't cast
mostly
armor.
came here to talk. Well, mostly to check in, but I think our friend there has some business he wants to attend to.
Have I told Orissa in game about that? I know I've told Leroy. I don't know.
Yeah, you have, because I
I
literally
wanted to
checked
go
for
there.
you on it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
literally checked
I
as a
mentioned I
character for
wanted
you.
to go to the lantern. I don't think I said I was planning to
I
ask
think
for
it was
in
last
I think-
session you guys talked about
wanting to go there.
the idea
I
of
think
going there, and
I
it's
think you've expressed it, and he's been there. So I mean,
and the
this is the
idea
point where I
was
play.
yeah.
Orissa does have high enough insight.
I
so
I have I have a 20 intelligence. I can connect
Yeah.
dots together.
Yeah, I do have a few questions I'd like to ask.
Sure, go ahead and ask.
You've been to where you got the orb originally, the island that Bonacinto or something like that.
The Panacito Keys.
Yeah. So on that island, there was a lot of treasure in the room where you got the orb. Orissa has told me.
Are
And
you
among
after
that
the treasure?
no. Although it is a very good idea for someone who would like to charitably rebuild the city to procure such an amount of treasure, I specifically only want one item from that hoard. It's a lantern of changing colors, shifting colors. That is the only item I am after in that vault. But I would do anything to get it.
Anything.
He's just. I don't remember seeing this lantern, but
No, it was behind the chair where you picked up the orb from.
Ursha's very perceptive.
I mean, I I can take you there. I can tell you that getting there is a weird process. Once you get to the island, of course, it starts to turn into a weird process. And when I guess it was weird. Some of the gold that I assume that you saw and expressed about, we had to fight gold.
I mean, that's not too difficult. I mean, you can animate objects. That's not really that special.
No,
The orb gone
it
wouldn't.
kind of was a little bit easy, but at the same time, we also had a decent amount of men to help with the process. I mean,
But the orb is gone now.
if does do you think the orb had anything to really do with the?
Probably. I mean, the thing that it does, it's a device that changes its environment.
Change centipedes into giant centipedes at the acid lake or something like that. And
Okay, sorry, I'm not too well
also turned all
informed.
your men into wyverns or something. I'm not entirely sure.
Regardless, I think all we need to know about that orb and its terribleness is that it originally was intended for a good purpose, but once it's not fulfilling that purpose, it tries to sort of fulfill its purpose, but if it can't, but because it's not in its rightful place, it sort of perverses that purpose into changing things around it and mostly producing water.
Oh, okay.
It sort of granted you what you were looking for in a way,
Bless
but
you.
then not in the way you wanted it, but in a way it could sort of provide it by changing you.
I can at least agree in that form that I did feel the presence of the orb, and it felt like pressure in my chest.
It probably like it recognized the fact that you're a dragonborn and it recognized your ancestry and turned you into a dragon, which is a more powerful form than you are right now.
Well, I can tell you, I don't feel like going back to that at all.
No.
That sucked. But back
The
to
orb
the
is not there. The orb's far away. I don't think we should disclose where exactly.
No,
How
it's fine.
far
But
away?
it is far away from there.
well, that's good.
Whole nother continent.
I don't mind either taking you there to myself, or having a group of people that know of the area. I'd feel like I probably would have to go to help. Well, as I explained, that there is no guards anywhere, and Fupola is technically with the remaining group of my men, uh, who are willing to accept this change, is about the only guard you'd find in this entire capital.
Well, the potential reward if you or potential
It'd be
rewards you
enough
could
to
get from this,
rebuild.
it would be plenty of money.
Being able to rebuild with that type of money as well, that would help a lot. Your friend, Sona, she came by, also trying to check up, I guess you could say, trying to establish a relationship, of course, and a little bit of information that doesn't seem as though this will be a kingdom much longer. But some other information that I'm not certain about or just familiar with is kind of confusing and kind of, I won't lie, I kind of looked over it because it's confusing. But what I do know is the capital is probably thinking of, well, disbanding the kingdom, and every
Yeah,
city would be just a city with its own governance.
yeah, that's sort of what they talked about before we left. So that sounds familiar to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and plus the fact of not having men to help keep control kind of also helps swing that way. But the money would go into good uses. Definitely with the uh some of the refugees that we recently got from Scone. Uh, it would be nice to help rebuild and if not build a new settlement, probably for them as well. So
I'd probably avoid the acid lake that kind of formed to the north. That's
I think so too. I think that the best bet would probably actually be uh, starting at Scone and taking a couple of ships there. Hopefully, getting a little bit of sailors, and it would take a little bit longer to, yes, but we would at some point reach our destination.
I mean, I don't think the creatures there want to move anyway. I think they're content in their little asset pools.
Well, um, but yeah, I think we can work something out. I could try to help you, and thus possibly help what might remain of a couple of these places. I'm sure other cities could use a good financing. That might
You
help.
know, obviously it would put you into the position where people would know you, so indirectly you would still get what you originally sought out, but in a more positive way.
That's
King
true.
Orley.
I'm not necessarily certain if I want to be in the spotlight just yet. But kind of seems as I been placed there regardless. So
I mean, that makes two of us.
King Orley.
uh
not a pig.
no. I let's not go there.
Philanthropist Ore.
Mm.
How about we just stick with Ore? That sounds
Ore. Orator, ore.
Right.
Not much of a speaker, are you?
No.
Okay, never mind on that one. Maybe you need a speaker. Sometimes I'm pretty good at the words.
Most of the time he bores you to death.
I can.
You
I
never
can-
I'm
know.
gonna be
You
honest,
could,
I sometimes really suck at even just getting the simplest phrases out.
I will help you
Yeah.
try to have a good talks, and not the crazy boring kind. But
you two can help each other out.
I will say, the person who this lantern contains someone of great value to me, and that person is stronger and wiser than I am. So I don't know if that helps motivate anything. She could probably be more help to you than I could be.
I mean, I'm willing to try to help out the best I can. That's that's all I can say. I'm not going to promise you anything, but I would try my best to get you there. And
Thank
not
you.
attacked by serpents.
Yes, that would
Or-
be. That was horrible. If that happened again, I'd
Hmm.
probably pee myself again, which is the thing that happened.
Well, very well.
It was horrifying.
Kind of stands up for a moment. Is like, well, I don't
It's
mean
the most
to.
embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life.
I
I'm kind of scarred from it.
Origin is like makes this thing like beside the head.
I don't mean to rush you off, but I need to make preparations if we're going to be doing this.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm just still very scarred, and I'm also a little hysterical.
He's a sensitive little boy. That's what he's trying to say. He's a sensitive little boy who was stuck in his land for 1,000 years.
I
1021.
I think there's people that you probably would like to see that's also here. They're right outside. How about you?
Behind curtain number 1.
That's you're not out. You're Arissa, please. I thank you so
Yeah.
much. Can you do me another favor?
Sure, I like take him by like the collar of his coat and just like drag him out of the room with my little frame.
I am wearing leather armor though.
Yeah, I'll
And
drag you by your leather armor like.
As you guys kind of go back outside, and he's like,
This is gonna be a long trip for him.
"It's okay. I can do this.
Don't worry.
If I
You're
can."
gonna be on the water with him for several weeks.
We
How
can play
fun!
air elemental go fish. It
Uh,
has snakes.
If anybody wants to roll a perception check just to try to see what he might have found, you can.
Yes.
I want to.
Guarantee it's
I-
0.
17. Hell yeah, that's high.
Yes.
Everyone sees
you
it.
all you hear it. So like as you guys are walking out, he's just like, it's like, I can do this. If I can handle Cypher, I can do this.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. It's like, why did it get so dark in here?
Sniper wasn't even in the room. He sent her out on chores.
So dark in here.
Guys, Cypher's mothering him, but not that you know this.
Yeah, she wasn't in here. She probably went out to get chicken noodle soup or something.
Chicken
It's
noodle
like-
soup.
I have been so far healthy for the past 2 weeks now. I think chicken noodle soup is no longer required, and it's like force fed.
Shoves entire arm with spoon into his throat.
As you guys walk out, you can see. I'll add it to your perceptions. You can see a few furbolgs walking. One specifically who is using a cane now, and
I would say he has a cane on one side, if it's who I think it is, and on the other side there's another Fullborg helping him.
This person, which resembles who you guys recognize,
A bit emaciated. When you last saw him, he was a bit rounder, a bit what's the word, portend? Like
In a
he
sense,
was fatter.
healthy.
He was fat. He was old and fat when you last saw him. He's kind of emaciated now and a little bit scratched up. What the few streaks of red that he had left in his beard have left and gone completely white. His hair, where it was thinning, where they only had ripped it out, is pretty much bald in that entire vicinity. And he does not look well. But he is approaching you as best as he can with another full bulg to his left and a cane to his right.
And that is where we're going to leave off.
Motherfucker.
Holy shit! How are you still alive?
So, I'd like to thank everybody who came out and watched this. Definitely a missed session if I'm sure as you guys constantly picked up. So it's the aftermath of losing a character is not always a good one, and uh, hard to deal with. So thank you all for coming out as we are picking back up with not only an old friend but newer problems. So thank you everybody for coming out. I hope you all have a wonderful day and a wonderful night, and we'll catch you later. Bye.